Hey everybody, yeah, we're gonna do another stream. I think we're going to check out Source Hack. Haven't done that one in a while. And then kind of jump around a bit to whatever I feel like. We'll see how long it goes. I know it's 4th of July, so happy 4th of July to everyone, but yeah. Probably won't be a very active stream. Hey, Pio, how you doing? Welcome in. Morning. Yeah, it's pretty late in the afternoon here, but morning to you, for sure. Welcome in. We're just getting started. Yeah, I was thinking about doing Source Hack today. It's 3 here, 3 p.m. Oh, well, that's close enough to morning, I guess, right? I hope you had a good 3rd of July. Hope that your 4th is going well so far. But yeah, we're just getting started here. I got affiliate. Good for you. I see the emote. Nice work. Looks good. Where are the fruit snacks? Nice. Well, happy affiliate. And I got a new emote too. That's for you. Yay. You got affiliate. Yay. And some confetti also. Nice. I have an anime one that I'm waiting to be approved. Right on. Yeah, mine just got approved. I sent it in last night and it came through. Just noticed it. It seems weird how the approval works. Like sometimes it's quick, sometimes it's not quick. But yeah, I've got quite a few emotes that I still need to do. But just a few minutes before we start here, I'm going to post the link on Discord for a bit. There's like an ad break that starts in 10 seconds or whatever, and then after the ad break, we'll start. Alright, looks like we're back from the ad break. And yeah, I have nothing set up yet, but we were gonna do source hack. So we'll see if it's still loaded in here. Hacker game, there it is. Pio says, I run ads now too. I have no idea how to control them. So it's pretty straightforward. So I think the trick with ads is to try to prevent pre-rolls, because what pre-rolls is when someone first like drops into your stream, they get a bunch of ads up front, and no one likes that. Typically, people bounce off of your stream if they have an ad right when they get there, especially if they don't know who you are. You know, if you know someone and you're like, oh, so and such is streaming, I'm gonna go check them out, then yeah, you'll wait through the ads. You know, I do it too. But if I'm just like browsing to find someone to watch, I'm not trying to watch an ad every time I click on a new channel, right? Because that takes like a couple minutes each time, or at least like a minute or so each time, and then you might not even want to view the content when you get on the other side of that ad. So I think it's important to try to get those to be off. So the trick to that is to run like what, 2.5 minutes every half hour or something like, or a minute and a half every half hour, I think is what it is. So whatever that is. But yeah, there's like a thing that does it for you on Twitch. So if you go to somewhere on the side, I don't even know where it's at. Probably in the channel settings, maybe. Maybe not. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know where it is either. Oh, okay, it's under monetization. If you go to monetization and then go to ads, I set mine to, it says how many minutes of video ads do you want to run per hour. I set it to 4 minutes per hour, so that way it does it 2 minutes every 30 minutes. So that way I can snooze some ads and still not have to worry about I can just show you this. So that way I don't have to worry about pre-rolls, right? So enable to have ads manager automatically schedule video ads on your channel, yes. And then I set this to 4, and then I set the manual to 2-minute ad break every 30 minutes. And then pre-roll ads, disable pre-roll ads when I run ads. Pre-roll notifications and stream display ads. So yeah, those are my ad settings. They seem to work well for me. Obviously you can do whatever you want and make adjustments as you see fit, but that's how you control them. Alright, so this is source hack, and there's quite a few issues with it. And there are other things to work on with Frontrooms and Demonfish and all of that shit, but we haven't done this in a while, so I think this might be fun. So the first thing is that some of these levels have like a thing that pops up and tells you how much you have of your stuff, and it's like a heads up display. That's what I'm trying to say. There's a heads up display, and somewhere in here that occurs. I don't really remember where. Okay, so here it is. Overlay submap group. So apparently the first level doesn't have it. but it probably should. And looks like this level doesn't have it either. So I think what happened was I was just testing it on this level to see if I could work on, so I could make it work on a map that you move around, so it sticks to the bottom of the screen, and you can actually see the heads-up display down there. So I think what I need to do is add this to all of the art files, and then add the submap group, and then set these per level. But these should pretty much all be the same. And this one works. So let's go ahead and open up the art files. So here's the levels. So we'll just open up all of them. Alright, so now we've got all the levels, and here's the heads-up display. So we'll just copy the heads-up display. We'll put it in the lower left-hand corner of all of these levels. Just like that. Cool. So then we'll export them. I guess we'll just save them. We don't need to save that one, that one's already done. And then this one, we'll save it. Cool. So now they should be in there. And all we need to do is set up the submap group here. I guess we do need to make sure that the background tile swap is at the right location here. And it's at 0, 0, so that's there, so that should be fine. It's been forever since I've worked on this, so... so this level only has 2 keys. So we'll change keys total to 2. And then total tens is 0. So yeah, this one should actually be there. It makes more sense, right? And then calculate keys. All of these should be fine. And I think that's all it should take, but let's test it to be sure. We'll go ahead and hit play and see what happens on the first level now. It should tell us there's 0 of 2, and then when you pick one up, it should change to 1 of 2, and then when you pick the other one up, it should say 2 of 2. It will take a second to load here, or build here. So yeah, it's building the entire game, but that's okay. It's important to make sure we got this right before we start copy and pasting it everywhere. And actually, these might need to be changed now that I think about it. Yeah, because on this level it's 35, but on this one it's only 17. So yeah, let's go ahead and change those. I didn't think about that. And we'll just let it keep building because it's not going to have to rebuild the entire cache every time. There was a lot of things to build here. By the way, if you're looking for someone else to check out here, I want to shout out Chemic Zeal. If I can spell her name right. She's doing LSDJ right now. and it's super cool. I'm not listening to it at the moment, but I like to catch her streams whenever I can. She has an awesome stream, especially the LSDJ ones. Like it's cool when she plays games too, but I like the LSDJ stuff. And it looks like she has a sale on Bandcamp right now, 45% off. It's linking. The last step. Oh, now it's done. So we're gonna go new game. So yeah, it's bugged because of that. But this level, you see it works. 1 out of 4, 2 out of 4, 3 out of 4. It didn't say you are being hacked. That's kind of weird. Then you see this one doesn't have that script, so it just sits there. Alright, so those changes we made here should fix this there, because it's no longer tile swapping some random garbage. And then we'll use this one because all of these levels are all the same size. So we'll copy this one. We'll paste it here. And then oh, you know what? We should make sure that that show overlay script is doing what it should be too. And then this one, it's there. That one's there. So I think that's gonna be fine. But we do want to update how many keys the level has. And so we'll have to do like a little manual count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we'll change that to 6. And this one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. Yep. Alright, so this one has 1, 2, 3. This one has 1, 2, 3, 4. This one has 1, 2, 3, 4 also. And this one also has 4. Now this one is a little different, and as you can see, we didn't give it the overlay, so we'll need to do that. Same with this one. I believe this one actually tells you how many you have when you get to it, so we'll have to change that. So let's add the overlay. So we'll select this one, and then this one, and then this one. Oh, that's not right. That's not the right software. There we go. All right, so put the grid out. We'll select these down here. Copy those, and we'll throw them in the bottom corner of this level. And then also in the bottom corner of this level. And we'll save it. This one we don't need to. And this one we'll save also. Okay, so this one we'll grab the overlay. We'll paste it here. But we're gonna need to make adjustments. So this is fine, because the camera is up in this corner. So that's what that is. It's one tile group along the bottom of it is what it's covering up. But these down here need to be adjusted. Also the number of keys. Excuse me. So here we have 171, 271, 471, and 571. So all of these 35s need to be 71s. And then we need to count how many keys there are, which in this case they are treasure chests. So we probably actually want to make that a treasure chest now that I think about it. So yeah, let's Let's draw a treasure chest. A treasure chest. And we could probably even start with the sprite for the treasure chest, which is in here somewhere. There it is. We'll copy that. We'll throw it here on layer 2. We'll duplicate it and shrink it down. So as you can see, it's losing some information. But that looks pretty good. Because in those levels, you're in the real world. You're not in the video game world, or like the hack world or whatever. We do have an ad break coming up, so I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll be back shortly. Alright, we are back. So yeah, we've got our treasure chests on the level maps, so we'll save those. So now it's got treasure chest there, and we need to make sure we have the right number of keys. So let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Is there really only 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Thought there was more. Alright, 4 it is. But this one has like 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. I wasn't sure, but I thought 10 was the number. Alright, so we'll grab the submap overlay group. We'll throw it here. Now the level's bigger just by a little bit, so we need to give it new tiles and then a new key count. So yeah, for the tiles, we'll just see what it is. It is 89. Alright. So, Chemic Zeal with the raid! How you doing? I just shouted you out not that long ago. Welcome in. Blast Rainer, welcome in. How was the music making? I was lurking and I didn't get to hear it because I started streaming before I realized that you were streaming. So I didn't get to hear any of it. But I hope it was lots of fun. I know it sounded awesome, even though I didn't get to hear it, because it always sounds awesome. But I hope you had lots and lots of fun. Hey, yeah, I saw it in your chat, but not in OBS. I saw you shouted me out the other day too, thanks. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I love shouting you out. You're a fantastic musician, and I chat with a lot of like Battle of the Bits people and different, you know, chiptune and low spec enthusiasts. So definitely think it's important to shout you out. We've just been working on my hardest project yet, calm, relaxing music. Ah, interesting. Yeah, I know. I was actually surprised that your music is so energetic and, you know, kind of like interesting in a good way, right? Like the type of music that I like to listen to. But generally speaking, my palette is kind of, I don't know. I really like Aphex Twin and stuff like that, you know, like kind of all over the place weird music, right? And that's what I really like. And it's surprising to me that that's what you're into also, is kind of like, you know, interesting in a good way stuff. LOL, I like surprising people in a good way. Yeah, absolutely. No, when I found your Bandcamp, I was just like, oh my god, everything she does is amazing. Because at first I was hearing your Halloween music one, was it Who Are You Running From? And or What Are You Running From? And yeah, I really like that one. That's one of my favorites, and I still have a soft spot for it. But the more I dug through your Bandcamp, the more I realized how awesome all of your stuff was. We should link your Bandcamp. Let me find a link of that. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you for making great music. Oh, there it is. Bandcamp. So everyone should definitely go to Chemic Zeal's Bandcamp. She's got a sale going on, 45% off it looked like. It's a pretty good sale, definitely worth it. All of her music is amazing. She's got a ton of music on there. Very cool stuff. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I very much appreciate it. I hope that all of you are having an awesome day. Yeah, it's sale. Everything is 45% off, but you have to use the code EH2025 for Canada Day. Right on, right on. Well, I hope you had a great Canada Day. And for your American viewers, I hope that they have a great 4th. But yeah, I'm Rick. I do game dev stuff, a lot of Game Boy stuff recently. And right now we're working on a game called Source Hack, which was actually the first game I ever made for Game Boy. And it never really got finished. I just kept adding stuff to it. And so now I'm fixing some of the bugs that never got fixed. Happy 4th, by the way. Thank you, I appreciate that. I'm not huge on celebrating the 4th of July, but you know, it's a nice holiday. It's close to my birthday. I'm actually celebrating my birthday on next Wednesday, and I'm planning to do like a birthday stream, and I'm thinking about doing art for subs. So yeah, definitely check that out if you're interested. I'm thinking we'll do like for one sub or one gift sub, we'll do a profile picture, like a picture art profile picture of you know, either your Sona or whatever you have, you know, original characters or whatever you want, pretty much, you know, your eel, right, something like that. And then for 5 gift subs or more, I'll do either a stream avatars character or a pixel tuber character, just in case people are interested in that. But of course, yeah, you know, no pressure or anything like that. But if you're around, I'll press the birthday button for you. Oh, cool, thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, I should be streaming pretty much most of the day on Wednesday. And yeah, what is it? Yeah, a few days from now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days from now. And oh, I hit the button. Yep. And yeah, it should be fun. We'll see, you know. It probably won't be anything huge, but I'll be turning 40, so it's kind of a big deal. I've got nothing else going on, so you know, no family around, and I figured it'd be a good place to hang out on, or a good day to hang out on Twitch. Yeah, it sounds like a fun day. Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. Maybe get some work done. Maybe you know, do some pixel art. I figure I could make stuff for my mods if no one subs, right? So that gives me something to do. And then yeah, just get back to game dev if I finish doing that, you know. So that's the plan for Wednesday. But yeah, I've been streaming pretty much daily for a while now, and it's been going fun. It's been going good. I've been having fun. You know. But yeah, Kemi, if you have things that you need to do, if you need to eat, sleep, drink, whatever, party, please feel free to do so. I very much appreciate you dropping in and helping out with the raid and sharing your community with me. But yeah, and of course, if you want to hang out, you're more than welcome to. 100%. Yeah. So what we're doing now is we're putting this submap overlay on all the levels. I had it on one level, and now we're doing it on the rest. So this level already had it working as like a test, and now I'm doing it for each of the others. Oh yeah, I have a thing to do for my mom before she comes by in a bit. Better get to that. We'll be lurking though. I want to work more in GB Studio, so maybe I'll soak up a little knowledge. Okay, cool, yeah. I appreciate the lurk, and if you ever have any questions about GB Studio, please feel free to shoot them my way. I'll do what I can to help, or at least point you in the right directions. Stray Bolts, welcome in. How you doing? Thanks, Rick. I appreciate it. Absolutely, Kemi. And Stray Bolts is a musician as well. So Stray Bolts, have you followed Kemi yet? Have you followed Kemi yet? Because Kemi's awesome. Yes, awesome. Good, good. Kemi's got some amazing music. I posted the link earlier, so it's still in my clipboard. But very cool music if you want to give her a listen. Or it's on sale if you use the little password she put in chat earlier. But yeah, I downloaded her entire discography a while ago. I guess it's out of date now. She's got some. She's added to it. She's always making new stuff. How'd your band camp? Nice. Do you still stream ever? That's a good question. Stray Bulls, do you stream anymore? Thanks, nah, no streams. Right on. Would be interested to see them if you did start. So let's do a build. I'm not sure how long it's going to take to build it, but we want to test to make sure we got everything right on these levels. Okay, you gotta get my button gear. Okay, well thank you again, Kemi. I very much appreciate it. Good luck, have fun, Rick, and have a super weekend, everybody. Yeah, you too. And good luck with what you're doing with your mom, or for your mom. Shribble says, I'll let you know if I have plans. I appreciate it. Cool, cool. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that, Kemi. See you, Kemi. Yep. Let's catch you later, Kemi. Have a wonderful day. So this is building. Like I said, I'm not sure how much the build cache it'll have to rebuild, because we just did a build, but we did just make changes to a few levels and to a couple variables and stuff like that. Aaron TV, hello, welcome in. How are you? Hope you're having a happy 4th. We're making a Game Boy game called Source Hack. You're good? Glad to hear it, Aaron. Glad to hear it. Still blown away from a few days ago. What happened a few days ago? This is nearly done. It's packing the data now. So yeah, I only had to recompile this stuff here. Dragonsmith, thanks for the lurk. Appreciate you being here. And thanks for checking in. I streamed on my birthday some game dev, and I normally get 1, maybe 2 viewers, and suddenly I ended up getting 148 viewers. Wow, that is mind-blowing. Very cool, very cool. Yeah, it's always fun when someone really big raids you, right? It's only happened to me a couple times, and both times it was the same person. But that's awesome you had a good birthday stream. Yeah, I'll be having my birthday stream on the 9th, so in 5 days from now. And hopefully I have a similar turnout. But yeah, I don't expect that, because that's kind of a big thing. But I finally got my map states working. Very cool. And Aaron, I am sorry if I forget, but have you shown what you're working on before here? I am not great at remembering people and projects. Like, I'll remember the project, and I'll remember the person, but I won't remember whose project is whose person until like the 3rd or 4th time. But if you have something you want to share, definitely throw it in chat. I'd love to see it. I asked you in your Discord if I could share it on there. Oh, cool. I did not notice. Was that recently? About a week ago. Oh no. Did I ever respond? But here's what I'm working on in case you haven't seen it. Give me 1 second. Okay, okay. I know who you are. I remember you now. I wanted to be sure that... In fact, I was thinking this was you, but I wasn't positive, so I wanted to be sure before I went assuming that you were the one with this project. But that's cool. You got your maps working. Yeah, and sorry if because this is like the second time that I've been like, wait, who are you and what's your project? So I will remember this time. I'm following you, and yeah, it's all good. Well, I'm sorry still. You don't deserve that. You deserve more remembrance than that for sure. I suck at memory and stuff too. Okay, well, I'm glad you understand. Yeah, I try my best, but sometimes it's hard. I meet a lot of people and a lot of projects come my way, and I like to support as many people as I can, but sometimes it's hard to like keep track of all of them. But yeah, Aaron Twitch TV is the kingdom of Elan, the new age. Very cool. It looks like you've got a build up too. One of these days, maybe I'll have to give this a shot. That way I can remember you better. Have I given you a follow? I'm not following you? Alright, well now I'm following you. That should make it easier to remember. Sorry I didn't follow you up until now. Maybe I didn't realize. Oh, and thank you for following me. Wait, is that 300? We met our follower goal. 300 follows. Music. Nice.
Hey, listen.
Teacher Wardo's here.
It is time.
Teacher Wardo, congrats on getting first. And thank you for checking in.
Another sensational save. I don't believe it.
We just got to 300 followers thanks to Aaron, who is also a game dev. This is what Aaron's working on. But teacher, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. I am a graduate, Froggy. Hell yes, yeah. Party. Also, there's a new emote for those of you who are subbed. We can celebrate our 300 with a new emote if you're subbed. So I'm all happy. What about you? I am happy as well. I'm doing great. We're off to a great start to the stream so far. Kemi rated us. Very cool person. Kemi does chiptune on LSDJ, which is a tracker made for Game Boy. Sadly, my sub expired like 2 days ago. Nah, yeah, that happens. Just trying to get my FPS issues sorted, or at least better. Ah, okay, yeah, sometimes that happens. Are you doing any type of like occlusion culling or anything like that? Because that can help a lot. It's all good though. Yeah, subs come and go. But yeah, it's too bad emotes aren't forever. But yeah, whatever the camera's not looking at, it might be good to like turn it off while it's off the screen. That way it doesn't have to take up resources. I wish I could. The engine does all that on the back end I can't access. Oh, so it does do culling for you? Well, as long as it's happening, that's fine. But you could roll your own culling system. It's not too terribly difficult to do, at least on Unity. What I usually do is I'll create like a collision box, and then when you're inside that collision box, it turns off things that you definitely can't see. And that's, you know, pretty simple. But it's going to depend on your camera angle and how much agency the player has over the camera and all that stuff. But if it does it for you, I don't use a standard engine, sadly. Oh, well, I'm sure they have some type of colliders and stuff like that. A lot of engines have like crossover, or even if you're making your own engine, you could kind of figure out a way to do similar tactics on to do that, you know. But yeah, I mean, the other scenario would be to just make like, because it probably has some type of like scenes or something, then to either like fit less or put less in the scenes or make them smaller, etc. You know, I'm sure you have a better handle on it than me, because I don't know what engine you're using or anything like that. But thank you for sharing your game. Very much appreciate it. And yeah, one of these days we'll have to give it a test. Yeah, I've been lowering collision boxes to more simple ones. Oh yeah, that's another thing that helps a lot too. If you're using mesh colliders instead of boxes, or like primitive colliders. Yeah. So hopefully that helps. It's an engine called RPG in a Box. Interesting. I feel like you were talking about it before, but I don't know anything about it. But I very much appreciate you sharing your project. And I hope everything goes well with that. And I'm also very glad to hear that your birthday stream went really well. And happy birthday. Now you're old. No, I'm just kidding. I'm about to become old, that's for sure. Yep, the big old 40. I am old. Yeah, I'm turning 42. Wow, we're really close to the same age. I'll be 40 in 5 days. So you're old compared to me. You're way old. You're 40 and I'm not. I'm only 39. No, 40's the new 30. And 30's the new 20. And 20's the new, I don't know, 10 years old maybe? You got 20-year-olds acting like 10-year-olds? No, I'm just kidding. PMSL, I don't know what that is. But let's get back to Source Hack and see how this works. So we added sub-map overlays to all the levels. Pissed myself laughing. Oh, I would have never guessed. I would have never guessed. That's old people problems, huh? Oh wow, we're getting some weird bugginess there too. That first frame is bugged out. Also, that one's not working. We missed a frame apparently, or we missed a tile. So this one always worked. Oh, I walked into the bad guy. Oh, I did it again. I have not played this in a long time. Alright, let's see how this one looks. Oh, this one's not working either. Interesting. So apparently there's something else that I need to do to make it work. Oh, missed it. My guess is that they're all gonna be like this now. So again, yeah, it's not sticking to the camera for whatever reason. I'm sure there's something that I did to make that happen. So we'll be able to look at the other levels, the level that's working, to see why this one's not working. Same thing with this one. Alright, so let's try again. It did not work. So let's put the music back on. Let's take a closer look at what's going on here. So we've got show overlay. We've got this overlay submap, set submap. Okay, so there's more going on here. There's pause menu, and then overlay submap, show overlay, tile swap. So that's just the same thing, but it just happens when you pause it and unpause it. But what's making it stick to the camera is my question. Is there something we're not doing right here? I wonder if it's on the update of, or, well, I guess that's not it. What am I doing to make that stick to the screen? You would think it would be the same as this because they're the same size. I don't think this would need to be changed. Yeah, that's really confusing. So this is for the background tile swapping. I think I need to look it up. Infinite Metal, confusing as the laws of Scotland. I have no idea about any laws in Scotland, to be honest. But I imagine it might be. Maybe. Everyone should check out Infinite Metal if they haven't yet. We're going to be doing a group stream on Saturday, so that's tomorrow. And that should be a lot of fun. We're playing this fishing game. It's pretty cool. Have you tested the fishing game at all, Infinite Metal? I tested it a little bit, and it's going to be fun. Neither do I, which is why I'm so confused. You tested the demo? Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be pretty fun. It's a little bit janky, but that's okay. It seemed to work fine. It was a little confusing, but you know, nothing we can't figure out as a team. I was not able to meet my quota the first day that I tried it, and then I didn't want to spoil anything, so I turned it off at that point. But yeah, it looks like it's gonna be fun. I'm excited for that. But thanks for dropping in, Infinite Metal. How's your 4th of July going? If you celebrate that, I think you're in the States, right? I'm gonna look up how this submap stuff works here. What is it called? An overlay submap. Overlay submap GB Studio. Yep, and it's been pretty good. Got back from family gathering about half an hour ago, so now it's just kind of hanging out. Cool. Well, I'm glad it went well. I'm glad no one, like, you know, got hurt by fireworks or anything like that. No one burned down any houses. So that's good, right? I hope the family gathering went well. Yeah, none of my family is around at the moment. But yeah, I'm okay with that. I have no problem not being around my family. Aaron says, I'm in the UK, so it's funny to me you do this day. Right on. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny to me also. It's like, America Day. Drink beer and blow things up. Yeah, and wrap yourself in the American flag as clothing for like one day out of the year. We weren't there late enough for even for any fireworks, but we had a good food and such. Well, to us, it's the day you told the English to F off. Oh, there's that too, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't the first time, but I think it was the last time. Fun times. What cracks me up is Canada Day. They didn't even tell you to F off, and they still have their own day. Right? I don't know how that works. In Europe, in England, do they celebrate Canada Day? Do you guys go like, hey, it's Canada Day, everyone celebrate Canada? They're still under the king, sort of, right? Yeah. But they still have Canada Day. They were like, we want a 4th of July too. And we were like, you can't do it on the 4th. They're like, we don't want to do it on the 4th. We're gonna do it on Canada Day. So I found some links to overlay submaps. It is very confusing stuff though. Here's what I'm looking at. No, we have Bonfire Night. We celebrate stopping a guy in the 1500s making a important place go boop. Oh, I don't know anything about this. That's way before my time. Infinite Mel says, everyone knows Canada isn't real. It was made up by the dairy cartels. Is that in Cowspiracy? Guy Fawkes Day, November 5th. I remember the 5th of November, but I don't know shit about Guy Fawkes. Yes, any country that's tied to us is part of the Commonwealth, so yes, in a way, and yes, Infinite. Yes, about the dairy cartels. Setting up 2 custom scripts. The Open HUD script. The Open HUD script is quite straightforward. We will call this script once anytime the HUD is not displayed and needs to be open. Your Open HUD script will consist of 2 events. The first event is set text animation speed. Event that sets everything to instant. That's because we're technically drawing text to make our HUD or HUD. And of course we want it to update instantly. Second event is a GBVM script. So wait, the set text animation script, I don't think I have that one. Where is the set text animation? I don't know, but there are these pause menu, but that seems to only affect the menu. But maybe the menu happened. I think this is the pause menu. So it was there. And then I think it was also here. Pause menu 0. And then pause menu 1. Interesting. Why is there no pause menu 0 here? I guess we'll copy this. Paste it here and make it 0. I don't think that's gonna fix it. I missed a lot here. There's some indications that it's one of multiple origins of how we celebrate Halloween. A mixture of several other celebrations around that time brought by different immigrant groups. You know, there's a documentary where they tested if Guy Fawkes did do what he was planning and it would have worked. So that's spooky. Yeah, I really don't know shit about Guy Fawkes. The trick-or-treating kind of coming from Guy Fawkes Day activities, though the Fawkes Day activities were kind of terrible thing all around from my understanding. Guy Fawkes Day activities being from those very anti-Guy Fawkes, so I guess that association would be confusing. Yeah, I'm confused for sure. Well, as with anything, depends on what side you believe. Oh yeah, I could imagine that. Oh, we've got an ad. I ran out of snoozes. So yeah, I'll finish reading this when the ads are done. You guys can continue your conversation. But yeah, I'm going to continue to try to figure this out during the ad break. What is going on here, and why is it not doing what I want it to do? Oops, I clicked the wrong thing. Yep, I clicked the wrong thing there. So maybe we should try this set animation speed to instant. Welcome back from the ad break. So let me try to catch up here. Trick-or-treating kind of coming. Oh, I read that. Guy Fawkes Day activities. Oh, I read that. Well, as with anything, depends on what side you believe in. I think it's a bit of both. I mean, the later practice of wearing the masks and going around to Catholic households demanding some kind of tribute or else potential violence would be done against the household. Yeah, to a point. Wow, that's interesting. I don't know anything about that. All I know is the V for Vendetta film, which I only saw once and I wasn't really even paying attention. And Anonymous wearing all those masks. That's all I know. I don't understand why it would be different on these levels. They're the exact same size. 40 by 38. And then this one had like a weird thing going on with the tiles. Oh, and that would be why. This is 17 and this is 0. But why would this one work and this one not work? That's my confusion. They are exactly the same. Wait, why did I delete that? There's an earthworm in chat, if anyone plays the Pokemon game. Infinite's on top of that. I don't know what an earthworm is, but it sounds interesting. I want to know why this isn't updating. Is there like a reference that's missing or something? I don't think it would need it. This doesn't have any references here. Just has this, which should be the same. It's the same size level. I'm going in circles here. I don't know, let's try it again. I don't know if I changed anything, but we did change the text speed, but I don't think that would make a difference. Earthworm Jim, he's such a funny guy. Hey, I caught the earthworm. It does look a lot like earthworm, doesn't it? I didn't think about that. But Infinite, did you see? I got 300 followers. Isn't that cool? Thanks to Aaron, we got to 300. Oh, congrats, thank you, I appreciate that. A clean 300 now, nice, yeah. Also, I don't know if I mentioned this to you, Infinite, but I'm having a birthday celebration on Wednesday, the 9th, on stream. And I'll be doing art for subs. Either Pixel Tubers stream avatar characters or profile pictures, depending on the sub amount. But yeah, I could give you a discount since you're a friend. But don't tell nobody. But we'll tell everybody about the celebration. Just don't tell them about the discount. Woot woot, yeah. Gotcha. You could have a Skelly pixel avatar. You could use it for whatever you want on your stream and have it here every time you join. Or you could have a pixel tuber version of yourself if you wanted to do something like that. Or of Skelly. Or of Quackers. Quackers for president. I actually have wanted a pixel tuber version for a while. Well, for 5 gift subs, that is a doable thing. Or I guess a single sub and 4 gift subs would be the equivalent, right? That's absolutely reasonable. Yeah, that's not a terrible trade, right? Alright, let's see how broken this is now. I think there's a way to skip this. Yes, skip. So that we fixed that, that's working. Although it didn't update, did it? Try that again. So 0 out of 2. It didn't update. It died. We gotta hack it. At the level 3. Wait, what is this one? This game? This is source hack. But it's broken. Why won't it follow the camera? It did it on the last level. Looks like a cool game. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. This is my first Game Boy game. And it definitely has a lot going on with it. If we take a look at all of what's going on here. Oops. Yeah. So we've got the city, which I actually only use like this corner of it so far. I haven't even made it to all of this other stuff yet. There's a two different battles that can occur in the city. We've got these levels that are like when you're inside the computer. And then each of those has like these hack levels, and then you can like access the computer, right? And then you can delete the files and pull it out of the recycling bin. Those are like secret rooms. And then you go into the real world, right? And you have to go through the sewers, and then you have to go through the wasteland, which has a map. And then there's the office, which is like office space. And then, yeah, there's different computers that you can hack that have different little mini games and stuff. Like this is a mini game in itself. This is a mini game. And then this is like a password system. And then this is like another mini game. It's like a 3D maze. And yeah, a 3D maze. I don't remember the doors looking like that, but they do. That's what they look like. And then there's also like this little Zelda world that I started that I never finished. So all of these tiles get swapped out for like hearts and stuff like that. Is it kind of like a old dungeon crawler where you go a screen at a time through the maze? This part's kind of like a Zelda-like, but I didn't finish it. It's only got a few rooms. And then like this cave is all glitched out when you go there. And yeah, this is kind of the end. But then there's also this this part here. So this is like a building that you walk into, and then this guy gives you packages, and you go upstairs and it gives you a random package. Like these tiles get swapped for the different package types, which are somewhere around here. I don't know where those are, but there's different package types, and so each of the logos are also here. So you match up the logo with Infinite Maniac with the shout, or Infinite Maniac. That's what happens when Infinite and Indy have a baby. They have Infinite Maniac. That was a messy part. It's usually pretty messy with you, Indy. But welcome in, Indy. Everyone should check out Indy if they haven't yet. They are an indie streamer. They've been playing a lot of Hollow Knight and farting in my stream quite a bit. Oh, here's the logos. So I made a whole bunch of logos that get swapped onto the different packages. So each package is random and has a random logo on it, and then you have to like give it to the right company. And I was gonna make it that after you get all of the packages to the right company, you have to give a package to this guy here, who's actually the owner, and moves around depending on how many packages you've done, and he says different things, right? But when you give him the last package, then he's gonna bestow upon you a company of your own, is the plan. And then you get to own a company, and like every time you come back, it'll like generate money for you or something like that. Not really sure how I'm gonna implement that, but that was the original plan. Oh, and it's got stairs and an elevator, and then the elevator has like a button, a control pad thing. Hollow Knight, I fucking hate that game so much, man. It's pretty great. Also, hello Infinite. So in the group chat, you wrote, Rick might still have it from last time. I think he was using it, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're talking about. What is a Fuji? What is a Fugi? I don't know what a Fugi is. I don't know what that is either. Yeah, what's a Fugi? Should we look this up? I know most of us were using it. I guess you did not. Fugi? Reactive by Fugi Tech? Oh, it's the Discord thing. Yeah, it just makes the Discord call have little faces, right? That like fade in and out. Mind Patcher showed us how to use it while streaming. Yeah, I think we just like clicked on something and it's set up automatically, right? If I go to my channel and then pull up this VOD, we can see it in action somewhere. There, at the end.
Yeah, let's get to the exit and
If I can. If the floor doesn't kill me.
Exactly.
See how it like jumps and fades in and out?
If you die, it's okay.
The different icons.
The cosmic timing, the second I said it, I probably jinxed you, I'm sorry.
No, it's so you can see who's talking.
At that point.
See, I'd love to make a game like this, but
I'm down for another.
yeah, absolutely. That was...
Oh, I think you just use this site. I think you just go here. Right? And then you just hit the button. And then you authorize it. And then yeah. So it's got my avatar, my PNG tuber, and my Discord avatar. So you can set up whatever you want here. But yeah, I can throw the link in chat if that's what you guys need. Wait, where'd it go? But yeah, I threw that in the group chat in case you want to set that up. And then it uses the browser source, and you can just set it once and forget about it, which is what I did, and I imagine everyone else did. That time we played the supermarket game, I had you all on my screen, but I didn't use it afterwards, so I didn't keep the source info. Oh, I just kept it on my thing. So the next time I was in Discord calls, their faces, their icons would just pop up on my thing. And I'd be like, oh yeah, that's right. I forgot that I had that. Cause yeah, every once in a while I'll join a call with Cryptic and Sloth the Fox and or the not the Indie Maniac. I was like the Infinite Metal. No, not Infinite Metal. Not the Infinite Maniac. Indiana Crones. Yeah. So every time I join a voice chat and I'm on stream, it just automatically pops up in a browser source that I have set up. Yeah, Discord group chat I called it. And then sometimes I need to resize it, but yeah, it just it is the Fujitech. Yeah, I see that. Yep, that's what it is. Thank you for explaining that though, because I had no idea what Kixie was talking about there. But why isn't this working? I'm so upset that this isn't working. It should be working and it's not. What is wrong with me? This was supposed to be easy, supposed to be copy paste, and it's just not doing what I want it to. I don't understand the difference. Also, I don't really know what these numbers mean. So this is 0, 0, so that's like where it starts. And then or something? I don't really know. It's so confusing. Show overlay. White 017. and then overlay set submap. This shit is so confusing. Oh, and thank you, Infinite, for checking in and putting a hat on me. I appreciate that. Rick, all your redeems are so cheap for me. I have 25,000 points banked. Yeah, well, you know how many points I have in your stream, Indy? Or Infinite? Indinit Metal. There we go. You know how many points I have in your stream, Indy? Nearly twice of what you have. Let's just put it that way. A short guide on the power of submaps. How many guides do we need for submaps? What is this? What is this nonsense? Uint 8. So this is what I'm using. So 12.8 is the position. Why doesn't it just tell me what all these numbers mean? X coordinate of the overlay position to copy to. Y coordinate of the overlay position to copy to. Width of the rectangular area to copy. Height of the rectangular area to copy. So position is 0, 0. And then the width is 19 and the height is 1. And then the x coordinate of the background position to copy from 0, 0, and the y to copy from is 35.
He's quick! Be careful!
These numbers, they don't make sense. Below is an example of copying 8 by 8 tile by 10 tile area from top left corner to the bottom right corner of the overlay. Why is this shit so difficult? Like, why can't it just be easy? I don't understand. Like, look at this. This is the scene, and this is how it ends up being. Like, how do they even manage that? All these tutorials are taking me in a circle. I was just here. I was just reading this tutorial. I don't think I've seen any development for this game yet. Now, it's been a while since I've done any work on this game. Probably 6 months or so. Danny Maniac says, if it were easy, I'd have made several games by now. Well, it is easy until you start using submap overlays, and then it's like, nope, this is hard as nails. Doesn't make sense to anyone at all. Like, I have it working on one, and then when I copy and paste the stuff, it doesn't work on the other, and I have no idea why. Because it was 6 months ago that I did this. For some reason, it's not even doing this first part for me. And then this one isn't updating where it should. And I think I know why. Because this stuff is different. Because this is 35. So this one should be 17. Right? But the rest of them should be the same. 19 across, 1 up. But why isn't it following the camera on this level? That's so weird that it's not following the camera. But Indie Maniac, I didn't know that you were into making games. You should make more games. Oh, we got an ad. Are you stuck in an ad, Indie Maniac? Or are you ad free? I think you're stuck in an ad too. Everyone's stuck in an ad. Ad jump scare. Yeah. I feel like something's updating it, but I don't know what. It can't be something that you pick up, and I wouldn't have put it on an enemy. That wouldn't make a lot of sense, and there's no like blank thing here. Indie Maniac says, I would like to make games, but I wouldn't know where to start. I mostly like the idea of creating a story though. If you wanted to do a story-based thing, you should start with Twine. So here, there's a link for Twine. It's free. And it's actually really easy to use. And all the resources are here. You can see games that people have made with it. And you can even use it in your browser. So, say new, create, and then Indie makes a game. Right? And then from here, I don't really remember exactly what you can do, but if you add a new one, Indie's game is fun, right? And then there's a way to connect these somehow. I don't really remember how to do it. So if you go here and then do this, player visits this passage exactly. I don't know, it's a little bit confusing. It's a little bit easier if you start with something that you already have. And think I have one somewhere. Ah. I was like, where is it? I know it's here somewhere. Yeah, so, like, here's Cyber Source Hack, right? So this is actually the game that I'm working on is a demake of this game, believe it or not. So if we click on this, you can see it's got these, right? So if we wanted to add another one, we could just do bracket bracket indie makes a game bracket bracket, right? And then so this one, indie makes a game, it just made a new thing, right? And then from here we can do indie's game is either fun or not fun. And then here we'll do enter, and then we'll do fun, and then we'll do not, and then we'll do bracket bracket not fun, right? And then we're good. I'm making things that don't need to be there. So now we've got two. Then we can double click on this one as we'll say Indie's game sucks, and then we'll do no one plays it, or we'll do people, or we'll do bracket bracket people play it and hate it, and then we'll do that, and then so we'll click out, and then so that's that, right? And then we'll do this one here, and we'll say people or Indie's game is fantastic, and then it blows people's minds, and then we'll say some people don't like it even though it's great, right? And then so now if we hit play, we go here and hit play, I'll throw this on here. So now we have a browser, and we'll just go to Indie Makes a Game. Indie's game is either fun or not fun. What should it be? We'll do eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Not fun. Indie's game sucks. No one plays it, or people play it and hate it. And then we'll go, no one plays it. Right? But then it ends there because we didn't put anything there. So then we'll do not fun. Oh, no, we'll do fun. Indie's game is fun. It blows people's minds. Some people play it, but don't like it even though it's great. Right? So you can make a branching narrative very quickly, is what I'm getting at here, right? Because I just made all of these branches based off of this, right? And that's cool and all, but I didn't put any effort into it. So if we do this one and we actually read it, it's got a little bit more effort into it, but it does play like a prototype because it is. There are some shortcut scenes of some shit that doesn't make sense yet, probably dealing with the heritage of the main character, but it's confusing because the character is genetically modified clone experiment. There is enough conveyed through images that when the player awakens to the first scene of gameplay, the player is not surprised to find the character held captive in a lab. There are some tutorial scenes where you are forced to fight other clones with crazy OP amount of different abilities that blow away any adversaries and drop the player's jaw. The evil plan seems to be working perfectly. Mwahaha. Something goes wrong when some of the experimental clones are able to conspire and form an escape plan. There is an unexpected explosion, leaving the main character to fall from a ledge into darkness. The other would-be escapees are gunned down. The player is unconscious in a waste outlet on the perimeter of the slums. Someone comes on to the scene and finds the player. Hey, you dead? Not yet, huh? Well, I'll see what I can do. The new character takes the player off the scene. The next scene, the player becomes conscious in the home and business office of a small 2-person team of freelancers. The one who found you greets you with a hello, and then you answer. What should we answer? Where am I? Who are you? Hello. We'll say where am I? You respond with where am I? You're safe in my home. Well, home and business, never mind that now, it's safe. We found you in a bad shape near the lab runoff. The stuff is bad news and you're probably feeling ill just from being around that ooze you almost drowned in. We weren't thinking that you'd survive long, in all honesty, but thank your stars, you're healing fast. We didn't know what to think at first, but we think you're a victim of the lab. The lab, you respond? Yes, you seem slightly confused, and that is no surprise. We think the lab is the place where you are from. Tell me, the place where you were, was it clean? Look around you. Sanitary conditions are privileged to most. Or look around you. Sanitary privileges, or sanitary conditions are blah, 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 blah. I can't even talk. Was there dirt on the walls where you were from? You answer with an ellipses. Look, I'll be more specific. You have no genitals or reference of gender, no body hair, no pigment or melanin in your skin. We don't mean to cause anxiety, but we were hoping you would shed more light on us than we could to you. Nonetheless, we are friendly and caring people. You are our friend and can stay if you choose to fit in with what we do. What we do, a little bit of everything, so I'm sure we can find a use for you somewhere. We are more worried about trust than skill set. So what do you say? Fair trade? Can we train you and hire you in exchange for your trust? Feels like a choose your own adventure book. It is. It's a choose your own adventure, but it's actually the story of the game. It's like a text-based adventure game. Yeah, it's a visual novel, except there's no visuals yet. Because I was just focusing on the story, but you can totally put visuals into this. No, then you are free to go. You can die or you can grind. Right? So yeah, this one's missing because I removed it. But yeah, you can definitely add images. I just don't remember how. Or maybe you can't. I don't remember. It's possible to incorporate images, sound, and video into things you create with Twine, but the workflow can feel awkward, especially if you're using lots of multimedia assets. You might be happier using a tool like RenPy. Interesting. So here's RenPy. So this might be more your speed if you want to do art and stuff. It's a visual novel engine used by thousands of creators around the world that helps you use words, images, and sounds to tell interactive stories. While its Python scripting is enough for complex simulation games. So yeah, you can do scripting. The easy to learn script language allows anyone to efficiently write large visual novels. But yeah, I don't know much about this one. But what's nice about Twine is that you really don't need any scripting knowledge at all. You just do those brackets and it creates a branch for you. But it does look interesting. And it runs on Android, HTML5, Linux, Windows, Mac, and iOS. But yeah, I never actually had a an aspiration to write visual novels, but this is literally going to be how the game was going to work. So like you can see it takes you to different areas. There's different ways to die. There's bosses that you can join. So it was my way of writing down a branching narrative. And that's really what this is for sorting out a branching narrative so you can totally understand it. Nice, I favorited it. Yeah, I mean, I would honestly, if you're into making narrative games, Twine is a great start because you can just lay things out in a way that's easy to go back to, right? With branching narrative, the hardest part is writing it in a way that you can easily like navigate, right? Because, you know, like in this case, what if you choose no? Well, then you can either die or you can grind, right? And this is a dead end for now because I haven't finished it. But if you wanted to, you could eventually do your own hacking work and do your own muscle work, right? And make your own extra cash. And then you could decide to join the slumlord if you wanted, or kill the slumlord if you wanted, or the slumlord could kill you, right? And eventually you exit the slums, and that's kind of like everything kind of comes together there. You have to exit the slums eventually, so everything branches into that one, and then it branches out again. You can go to the police station, you can go to the pimp hideout, you can go to the underground city, and then you can come across the first spirit realm gate. Or you can go to Area 3 and then encounter the politician, encounter the spy, encounter the hover bike gang, the hover car gang. You can learn online magic. And there's a samurai cyborg gang. So yeah, you don't have to connect things either. Like, they can just be like on their own. A government lab mad scientist encounter in the wild. Join the mad scientist, fight the mad scientist. And yeah, if you want to, you can link things together by like, because when you make something, it just gives it the name that. But if you already have something, you could say join the mad scientist or join the cyborg, and then it would make an arrow that goes all the way over there, you see? But I don't really want that, so I'm gonna remove it. So yeah, it's really super easy to use, and I think that's what's the coolest part about that one, especially compared to yeah. But yeah, I'm a little bit concerned and confused about why this isn't working on my game here. I don't understand. Don't understand why it's working on this level and not on this level. I don't know what could do that. What could cause that to be. But I think we fixed this one by changing that. But this one, it doesn't move. This one, it moves, but I don't know how. I don't know what's making it move. It should be this. It should be this script. Wait, I think I know what it is. No, because the player starts in the same location.
Dear Genius, please bless thine presence with a 16-inch thick-crust meat cracker special with the mild sauce. Amen.
Welcome in, Tanker. Thanks for
And
checking
please
in.
bring a side of wings while we wait.
Thanks for the meat wad redeem. Way to lighten the mood there. I don't know what's going on with my game. It works on this level, but it doesn't work on this level. And I have no idea why. No idea why. Welcome back, Pio. How you doing? I just realized that your emote had a gun. Are you holding me up for fruit snacks? Jeez. I don't have any fruit snacks. I ate them all. They're all gone. There's a Vibrava in chat. A Vibrava? A Vibrava. Vibra. 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 Vibrava. I want to know why this ain't working. The only thing I could think of is that in one of these updates, there's something telling it to happen over and over again. But it doesn't even happen once. And there's nothing in these updates. Nor these, or these. Nothing that is like what I am doing. Doesn't make any sense. I think I used this tutorial also. The X coordinate within the overlay window. The upper left corner and tile. So that would be 0, 0. The Y coordinate within, or 0, and then Y coordinate within the overlay tile in the upper left corner. Yeah, it still didn't update. Well, what the hell? I'm not getting anywhere so far. I've been at this for 2 hours and I haven't gotten anywhere. He's found 1. Calculate keys. Oh, look at this. Update key UI group. I don't think that's there on this. Yep. So that's how you update the key. So this again needs to be 17. Let's turn off connections. I don't know how they got turned on. Oh, I guess I didn't turn them off the right way. So this should update the keys. But I still don't know why they wouldn't stick to the screen. we gotta add, so we're gonna take a quick break here. Try to fix my brain here. Okay, we're back, and yeah, I still have no idea what I'm gonna do, but I think maybe we'll do like a test world thing, the old test scene, right? Like we're new and we don't know what we're doing because we don't know what we're doing, and it feels like we're new again. So let's just make a test level, and it could honestly be anything, but let's make a duplicate of what we have. So yeah, level 3 and level 2 are the same, but level 3 is what we're working on. Let's just make level 3, and no, don't do that. We don't need that. So for this, we're going to make it different by putting this color in there, and there, and there, and there, and there, and there. And that's how we're gonna know it's the test scene. So we're going to make a duplicate. We'll call this test level. Alright, so now we're going to make a new scene. We'll just throw it here. We'll call it test level. Or we'll make it the test level. And we'll give it that same name of the same. I don't know why it won't let me do that. Just let me type test level. Alright, and then we're gonna make it so this is the starting level. And we're gonna start the player where the player normally starts. And then we're gonna try things one by one. So we're going to copy this show overlay. Copy that. We're gonna put it here. And then we're going to make this the player. No, let's make it a bug because right now the game is buggy. So yeah, we're just going to see what happens when we put the overlay, the show overlay thing. So that way we can learn what the hell we were doing. Because I honestly am not that sure exactly how this stuff works on its own anymore. So yeah, it will take a second to do this, but we gotta test it. Packing the data. Next is linking. Once it's done linking, then we can test it. Okay, so it's sticking to it. So that's like step one, right? So it does stick to it, but now we want to make it the submap. So that's what this script here is supposed to do. So we'll copy that. We'll add it to this. Paste it there. And then we'll try it again. You gotta do it step by step. It would have been quicker to just make a whole new project as far as building goes, but it shouldn't be too bad at this point. Once the build cache is already built, then rebuilding it isn't that bad because it only has to build what's changed. All right, linking again. So we'll see what it does this time. So the overlay was sticking, and now it should be setting the submap to be these. It should put this where the overlay is. Alright, so it's there. Does it move? It moves. So why is it moving here on this new test scene, but it's not moving on the other ones? What is going on that's preventing it from doing that? Right? This is mind-blowing to me. What is going on that's preventing this from doing just that? Is it the calculation of the keys? Is there something else that's going on here that's preventing it from doing it? But why would it be doing it on that one and not this one? Indiana Crones, welcome in. Hey, I was just thinking about you. How was that Peak game? How was that? Was that good? Only you would know. I don't even know what you're saying. Yeah, I'm just talking to myself at this point. How was Peak? I see a lot of people playing that. Peak is a lot of fun. Cool. Yeah, I think I saw Indie Maniac play it, and I lurked for a little bit on your stream, but I was streaming myself, so I didn't see too much. It's very worth the $8. Yeah, I saw it was cheap, but it's not VR. A climbing game like that should have VR capabilities. It's a little bit, you know, a little disappointed. Probably would have grabbed it if it had the VR capabilities. But also, it seems like a game that you would want to play with people. Would be very funny in VR, right? Right? Climbing games should be in VR. That's just the way it is. But I hope you're doing well, Indiana Crones. If you haven't yet, everyone should check out Indiana Crones. He's super cool. 100% better with friends. Yeah, yeah. So I'd need to find a crew to climb with. Ugh. It's been something of a week. It's wild. It's like you already sail with one. Oh yeah, I do sail with one. Who all have Peak. It's true. It's true. Well, let me know if I'm invited to climb with y'all. But we're not sailing tomorrow, right? Because you had a busy week. That's the case, right? Or is your busy week over now that the 4th is here? Oh hell no, we're streaming. Oh okay, because I actually made plans to stream with other people because I thought that you weren't streaming tomorrow. But I must have been confused. You must have been meaning Tuesday. But good news is that we probably won't be streaming super late, so I might still be able to join you. Because we're gonna be doing this fishing multiplayer game that's in beta. The Indie Maniac got a few keys for it. So Infinite Metal, Call Me Kixie, and the Indie Maniac and I are gonna be playing this fishing game. But we're probably gonna start earlier and probably not go super late. So I'd be willing to jump into Sea of Thieves afterwards. Around 9:30 the usual time. Because it's been forever since we've sailed, and I was looking forward to it, but then I thought that you weren't available, so my mistake. Yeah, But that's cool. That's good to know. Pirate Crew Peak Night. I'd be down. I mean, it's only $8, so you know. But it'd be cool if it was in VR. Oh, you want to do Peak tomorrow, or you want to do Pirates tomorrow? I'd be more down with Pirates tomorrow because we haven't sailed in a while. But I was just teasing Pirates. Right on, right on. But if you guys are planning on doing another peak climb, hit me up and I might be down, depending on the day and the time and all that. But yeah. And yeah, I don't know if I told you, Indiana Crones, I'm having a birthday celebration on next Wednesday on the 9th. So I don't know if you'll be working or what, but I'll be streaming most of the day. We can 100% do a peak run on Saturday sometime. Right on, right on. But yeah, on Wednesday, I'm thinking about trading drawings for subs. So like, for like one sub or one gift sub, I would be doing like a profile picture, like a pixel art profile picture, or for like 5 subs, do something like I gave you, or that I made for you. Still haven't gave you that, by the way. So I was thinking about doing something like this for other people, for like 5 subs, or you get 5 subs or 5 gift subs. Still haven't made the shirt, so we're even. Well, I'm down to give this to you whenever you want it. And yeah, if you didn't want to make this shirt, I totally understand. You could of course gift 5 subs, or you could just take it for free. But I would take the shirt. The shirt sounds cool. But also, yeah, if you wanted another one, or if you wanted it like something different, or an animation or something, then you could do that. Or if you wanted like a stream avatar as a little guy, you know, something like that. I don't know, I'm just throwing ideas out there. Definitely making this shirt. The holiday just ended. Right on, cool. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm excited for this shirt. I need new shirts. All of my shirts have like holes in the armpits now. Like the shirt that I'm wearing right now, it's sad. It has holes in both armpits. But it's a homemade shirt that I made myself, and it's falling apart. It's got holes in the front too. It's barely holding itself together. It's sad. I can't wear them out anymore. I can't wear my shirts out. I gotta like wear other shirts. I need to make some more shirts. I used to make shirts all the time. Need to get back into the shirt making. But yeah, I'm not actually Indiana Crones. I think I was a demon fish. Yee, let's collab. Oh, on shirts? We could do that. We'd have to send stuff back and forth a bit, but it would be cool. The last time I had shirts made, I actually had shirts printed. I found like a print on demand place, and I actually just did like test shirts that only cost like $1. It only cost shipping because they were for test. I got like 3 of them. Or actually, I only got 2 of them. Or no, that's right. I had 3 of the one and 1 of the other. But you only get so many test shirts a year or something like that. But it was enough that I didn't even need to do that. We can call them Recrones. Oh, wow. Recrone la. BRB. Yep, take your time. And I am so confused about why I got it to work on this level, but not on this level. I don't know why that would be. It just doesn't make sense. Alright, so I think for the next test, we'll copy this. No, I guess we'll copy this one. And then we'll paste it onto the test level. And we'll disable these. And so it should do the exact same thing. It should work fine. But now we're taking it a step further. There's a sloking in chat. This is a no sloking zone. This is a no sloking area. Almost done. Alright, so now if we move, it moves with us. It's moving with us. It's doing everything it needs to do. So what is it that's preventing it from doing it on this level? And all the other levels? Is it something about these? It's gotta be, right? We're gonna paste them all in. And then we're going to we're gonna hit the button. We're gonna try it again. One of these days it'll be done. Alright, it's done. Zone 3 start. Oh, look at that. It's the message at the beginning that's causing the issue. We found the issue. So, if that's not happening here, is there no message that says zone start? There is, look at that. I disabled the messages. So that's literally all that needs to happen to fix this. I figured it out. It only took me 2 hours and 50 minutes, but we figured it out. But what we could do, instead of just disabling it, we could move it below that. So let's try that. Well, we should probably do it before and after, so that way you don't see it in between the messages. I don't know, we'll try it again. It does take a second to build, but what we're dealing with these days. It's the problem with making a game real big before it's all tested. I think the trick for GB Studio would be to work out all of your systems in like a small prototype, and then once you've got everything working and tested, expand it out from there. Hey, gaming with Dan, gaming with Dan, welcome in. Sorry about the ad break. Alright, looks like the ad break is over. Welcome in, Gaming with Dan. How you doing? Appreciate the follow. And hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good 4th of July. we're testing some things to make this submap overlay work on our levels. This is our test level, and unfortunately it takes a second to build, but we're figuring things out. It took a good 2.5 hours, but I figured out how or what the issue was. There was a dialogue that was breaking it. So I'm now testing it if we do the overlay submap group after the dialogue, and maybe that'll fix things. Who knows? So yeah, that fixed it. Look, it's perfectly fine now. So it's just the order of operation that was causing the issue. So we can literally just move the event down past player dead, and that will fix the issue for all of these. We do need to put it in the pause menu too, though. Wait, this one doesn't have the same things. That's weird. Oh, it's in here. Alright, so we've got those. Oh, I guess we need it here too, huh? This one doesn't seem to have the... Oh, there it is at the bottom. I was like, where is it? So we'll go back and we'll add it to the menu button. Not sure if we did that for this one, but also this should be there. And we got start button. We'll just copy this event and then we'll add it to each of these. Start button. That one's already got it. Oops. And then start button. Yeah, so we want a 0. And then we want it to have this inside there. So we'll just paste another one and then drag this like that and then delete that. And we'll do that for each level. And this way you can hit the pause button and as soon as you close the menu, it fixes the overlay. I can't believe how long that took for me to figure out. But honestly, it's kind of coming back to me. When I wrote this stuff 6 months ago and did it on that first level, I remember it took me that long to figure it out on that one too. Alright, so yeah, we got that. And what does the select button do? Oh, the select button probably needs it too, huh? Oh, I guess not, because it comes back. Where the start button, it doesn't actually change the scene. Oh, that should be there. Oops. That goes there. This goes away. Alright, so that does it. We can go back to how it's supposed to be. So we can delete the test level. We don't need this. And then we'll make this one the starting scene again. And now we can save it and test it. And now all of those levels should work now. Oh, you know what? We didn't finish. Hold on. Cancel. There was that update key thing that we did, right? The update key UI group. We need to add that to each of these because I started this before there were prefabs, so all of these need that, and it would have been nice to just change it to 1, but that's not an option because we'd have to make a prefab and then reset everything. It would take more time to do it that way. And hopefully we don't need to make any more changes to these after this. It looks like we got them all. Alright, that level is set. Okay, so all 3 of those are good. Now we need these 4. Yeah, I guess we should be doing it inside the group. That way it doesn't run every time you move through it. Because you might notice a little like frame drop if you go back and forth. So yeah, I think this one, yeah, we should have put it inside. Like that. And then I think this one, the same thing, yeah. But all the other ones I think we already got. Alright, so now on to this level. Oh, you know what? I forgot, these have to be set to each level. And these ones are 35. Oh no. I gotta do that to each one of these. Whoops. I would have changed it to the first one before we copy pasted them all, then it would have been fine. I grabbed it from the first level, which has a 17 where it should have a 35 on the other levels, so my bad. Oh, that's 32. Of course, this one has fucking 11 keys. I think that's all of them though. Yep. Alright. Did we already get these ones? No, these have the wrong number too. Well, at least we figured out what was bothering me. I fucking could not figure that out for a while there. That was upsetting. I was losing it. I was pulling out my hair. I was like, why? Why? What am I forgetting? What am I missing? And it was something that I knew at one point and then forgot. And these are all 17. Yep, okay. Now we're back to here. So let's grab this group. And these are 35, yeah. All right, and we got this one. That one, and that one. Okay. Yeah, it's funny because I remember thinking, man, I should really do this now because I won't remember when I go back. But I didn't have time because I was needed to do other things for my family, and I had to like stop what I was doing right then. And I remember thinking, man, I really should fix that. What is this? It's just an empty trigger. Okay. Interesting. Alright, so this one has a 71, 71, 71, and then we'll copy this and we'll paste it in the other three positions. So I think that's all of them. We got this one, and this one, and those two. Then this one is an 89. I guess we'll start on this one. There's a card rink in chat. So we'll paste that there, and then we'll set it to 89. And we honestly don't need this anymore. You just copy this one. Oh, shit, that's already got one. We got this one. I think that's all of them. Oh, we didn't get this one. We got this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. This one. All right. I think that's all of it. I think that's everything. I think there's one other thing though. There's this got XP. Oh, and we've already removed that. That's what I was worried about. It's saying like you gained a level. Because if it does that, we'd need to redo the overlay afterwards. Anytime any dialogue pops up on screen, we need to tell it to go back to the overlay afterwards. But we've already removed that dialogue. And honestly, it happens in the fight scenes too. And yeah, this thing here. Because these levels, they don't actually do anything for you. I wanted to make them do stuff, but they don't. So let's just turn them off. Because right now it's just like annoying. I wanted people to be like, oh, there's levels in this game? Cool. This game is deeper than I thought it was gonna be, but now it's like, well, the levels don't do anything, and they haven't done anything for like 2 years now, so maybe we should just get rid of them. Or at least just disable the message. You'll still level up, but you won't know it. But yeah, this isn't necessary. It's just something that I noticed. I did get a little bit of feedback on it, like right when I first released the game. Like, why does it have to show you that you leveled up? If the levels mean anything, you should show it on the heads-up display. But the levels don't mean anything, so there's no point in even going through the process of putting it on the heads-up display. Same with these. These fights, I don't think they're actually implemented, to be honest. I started them and then never finished them. Like, they work, but there's no way to get to them from the game. I don't think, at least. I could be wrong. I'm often wrong. Especially when it comes to shit that I did years ago and I've forgotten. Or over a year ago. Or at least over 6 months ago at this point. Alright. All of those are good. Everything should be working now. Got quite a bit done here. Took a lot longer than I thought it would. But we're moving quickly now. We are gonna do another build here, and there's an ad starting soon, so we'll take a little break for the ad, and then when we come back it should be built. Okay, I am back. I made some tea, so it took a little bit longer than usual, but that's okay. I have got some tea. I actually didn't have any caffeine yesterday, and I figured it's time. It's time for some caffeine. Caffeine for me. Oh, I hit the button. Should hit the other button. So it sounds like there's fireworks going on outside. Either that or someone just banging something against something else. You can just hit end sim. The whole world's a simulation. Alright. Bing. It updated. Boing. It updated. Things are working. I still leveled up though. Oh, we gotta do it when you hit the enemies also. A bramble ghost. This one always works. Now this one works. It was a close one. Alright, so it broke there. Didn't come back after the key frag thing. Oh, and this one seems to be broken too. Oh, I touched it. So yeah, if you click on it, it says not enough key fragments and then it breaks. It still says the correct thing when you get in this corner though. Oh, we didn't get... we just walked over there. That one had a glitchy exit. I died. You found a secret, and that breaks it too. There's some kind of passage. "12 kills, 3 deaths. Player level 7, next at 760." So it still tells you about your experience. Zones unlocked 6. Times continued 0. Hacks. That one doesn't seem to work, huh? Well, that's weird that it like made you exit. Buy something, will you? So you can buy one of everything. And then you're left with 5 gold. You could buy 5 more pieces of trash. But you can't buy more junk. Can't buy more stuff. This was actually just a test room for seeing how currency would work. I didn't know that you could get $999. Boy, did you see that? That was crazy. Why did that happen? The flame ball got me. I want to see that bug again anyways. Oh, and now I'm being hacked. It didn't break as bad that time, for some reason. Oof. Ooh. Oh shit. This one actually has a secret passage too. Anyways, so it still has some bugs. Let's fix those. Alright, so the enemies on hits group 3 still give you experience, so we'll turn those off. These ones you can't kill. Okay, so now these things, anytime it says something, we need to do the overlay script. So we'll grab that from here and paste it here. I believe it's supposed to say not enough key frags if you don't have enough. But also we probably don't need to say how many key frags you have. Let's just remove that. Oh yeah, because if you click on it, then it says Then it checks to see if you had them. We don't need that. And then after that, it needs to say that. Because we still need it to say that you don't have enough in case a player's like, what does that mean? So we'll enable that again, but then we'll put the subgroup after it. Diode Music. Interesting name. You know, back when I first started making stuff, I used to go under the name Diode. That was my thing, and I used to make music and I used to make art, and I wanted to do Diode Productions. In fact, I think there's still a SoundCloud called Diode Productions. But should I buy Aseprite on Steam or on the website? Honestly, I would buy it on Steam. I didn't. I bought it on Humble, I think, and I wish that I got it on Steam, because when you get it on Steam, it keeps track of how many hours you've quote played it, and your Diode Music on SoundCloud. Interesting. Yeah. No, I remember I was in college and I thought Diode was such a cool name. I was like, oh, I'm gonna call myself Diode, and then I just never really stuck with it. Like, even when I was in college, I had this this like self-promotion class, and we had to make like a booklet or something for like a DVD. Oh, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that, Diode. And like, yeah, I don't know if I still have it, but I used like a PlayStation game and like put in my own art, like printed off my own art. It said Diode Productions on it, and then I made like a little pamphlet of all the shit that I was working on at the time, because I was like making a lot of cartoons and stuff at the time. My dream was to have like a website where you could like order a DVD and get a DVD in the mail of all this cool stuff that I was working on. But now you don't need to do that. Now you can just do it all on YouTube and Twitch, and you know, just kind of. So I'm still kind of doing what I wanted to do. I'm just doing it all live now, instead of going through the time of making a DVD production for people. But yeah, times have changed since then. But yeah, I recommend getting it on Steam, because then you can brag about how many hours you've used it for. But welcome in, Diode. I appreciate you being here, and very much appreciate the follow. Hope you're having a good 4th of July as well. So yeah, we've been debugging this game. So what we've got here is like, this is your heads up display, and then it kind of follows you around when you move around, and it wasn't doing that on all of these other levels, and now we've fixed it, but there's still a couple things. Oh, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh, we just started a new sub goal. Cool. Yeah, thank you for that. And what kind of music do you make, Diode? Personally, I've been getting more and more into chiptune, but I've definitely gone through some phases. I used to do a lot of experimental hip-hop, and a lot of drum and bass, and a lot of just really weird out there music. Used to make hip-hop, then house. I kind of stopped doing the whole music thing in favor of coding over the last couple years. Oh, cool. What kind of stuff do you do coding for? Like video games? But yeah, I still make music, but usually I make it for games. All the music that we're hearing on the stream I made. But yeah, I've been doing a lot of like kind of fake bit stuff these days. Well, actually, more recently I've been doing actual chiptune, but prior to that I was doing a lot of fake bit for quite a few years there. Just getting into game dev now with Pico 8. I was coding random tools and Discord bots before. Oh, cool. Yeah, I never got into like tool coding or Discord bots or anything like that, but I did play with Pico for a little bit. I actually didn't get very far. It's funny, you know, I learned Lua like way back in the day, and I've since forgotten it all. And then like learning Pico 8 was actually a bit of a struggle for me. I was surprised how much I was struggling for it. I had been so used to Unity and now GB Studio, and Pico 8 was just like a pretty big can of worms for me. A lot of tutorials needed for that for me. But it is very fun. I kind of want to get back into it, but it's hard, you know. Once you start moving quickly on something, it's hard to go back into like the slow motion, you know. Cryptic, welcome in. Cryptic is a good friend of mine and mod, and they have an awesome YouTube or Twitch channel, and they do art and they do software and game development as well. They're working on a Frontrooms anomaly type game. And it looks pretty cool. How you doing, Cryptic? Welcome in. Are you working on 4th of July? Or you got the day off? It's like a national holiday, isn't it? I had this weird dream that I was like late for school. And I was like riding my bike to go to school, like to my high school that I had like way back in the day when I was in high school. And my bike tire was blown. And I wasn't getting very far, and then I was like, shit, wait, is there school on the 4th of July? It's like a national holiday. And after I woke up, I was like, of course there's no school on the 4th of July. School's out for the summer. Just stop in and say hi and have a great rest of your stream. Hope your 4th is doing well, or going good. Thank you, I appreciate that. Thanks for dropping in and saying hi. I surprise have the day off, heading out now to see fireworks with the fam. Well, have a wonderful day. I hope that everything is safe and awesome, and enjoy your night. Thank you for dropping in, appreciate it very much. Yeah, Cryptic is a cool cat. Sometimes we play Valheim. Got the meat wad redeem, gotta get that in there. Oh, we got a new one, Cryptic. We got a new emote. We got the yay. Yay. That's awesome, hell yeah, I'm glad you like it, thank you. But yeah, I won't keep you, have a good one, take care. How do you learn game dev? I'm kind of just making a bunch of really tiny games. Honestly, that's a really good way to learn. I totally 100% stand behind making tiny games. I think that is a very smart move. Personally, I do it through YouTube, you know, and just trial and error, lots of trial and error. I went to school for 3D modeling and animation, so I do have a background in like game art. And then I've been picking up pixel art over the last like 5 or 8 years. Over the last 8 years or so. And just getting better at that. I make mods for YouTube or sometimes for work. And yeah, I just kind of go at it, you know, like when I was learning GB Studio, I just hit up the documents and the YouTube tutorials, the tutorials on the blog posts and stuff like that. And then you start meeting other people, you know. Networking is actually a really good way to learn things. Like sometimes, I mean, they always say like it's important to like surround yourself with smart people. But yeah, in game dev, I always think it's important to like find some people that are better than you at what you're doing. And I'm not saying don't be friends with people that are just starting out, because that's important too. But it's important to have people in your circle that are much better than what you're doing. at every stage. So as you get better, you want to make friends that are better than you are, right? And that's important for work too, because it's with jobs, it's all who you know, it seems like. So like if you plan on working in the games industry, a lot of times you need to know people to get your foot in the door. I'm doing my bachelor's in computer science right now. I'm very bad at all the art stuff. Right on. Well, yeah, so for me it was the opposite. I'm really not like that great of a coder, but I've been doing it for over 10 years now, so I'm like, I'm okay. I don't go around saying, oh, I'm a great programmer, you know, like I know I'm not the best, but I can get things done, mostly through trial and error and just testing things. But yeah, mostly YouTube. It's funny though, you know, when I first started doing game dev stuff, YouTube didn't really exist. I mean, it had just started, but it was in its infancy, and there were not a lot of game dev tutorials on YouTube. There just weren't. The ones that were on there were complete shit. They just couldn't teach you. People were just like coding stuff. They wouldn't tell you what they were coding, and they'd be just coding stuff on camera, and you could barely read it. And yeah, it was absolute hell to try to learn game dev back when I started, because I graduated college in like 2009, and the economy was still in a slump, right? So no one was really hiring, not for game dev jobs anyways. Everyone was just kind of like holding on to their job and hoping they don't get fired, and a lot of studios closed down their headquarters, at least in Chicago where I was at. And so yeah, I didn't find work right after school, and I was like, well, you know what? If I can't find someone else to program my game art, then I'm just gonna have to learn how to program it myself. And that's what I did. It took me a long fucking time before I felt confident. And then like, yeah, about 10 years or so of like learning, I finally started getting work as a game developer. And it's always been sparse, but it did happen eventually. Nothing like AAA or anything like that. But yeah, I kind of wish that I would have gone for a computer science degree. But the thing is that back when I was in college, I wasn't like motivated in that area. The reason why I went for art was because that was something that I knew I could, you know, excel in and get good grades in and make it, you know. But if I would have done computer science, I probably would have had a really rough time and probably would have dropped out or failed. So that's why I chose art. Yeah, there's for sure an amazing amount of free educational content for programming on YouTube nowadays. It's awesome. Yeah, no, it's amazing compared to what it was. So definitely, you know, hit that up as much as you can. Learn as much as you can from that. There are other ways of learning it. Obviously, you can go to school, you can take classes online. But yeah, I think the beauty part of anything today is that you don't really need college for it. As long as you like have the motivation and the ability to teach yourself to learn, that's really all you need. The information is like there. You just gotta go out and get it. You know, motivate yourself and keep yourself like, you know, at like strict deadlines and stuff like that. Learn how to do all the things that they would teach you at school on your own, and then you don't need school. But yeah, for a lot of people, school is helpful because they don't know where to begin, or you know, they need the motivation. And honestly, spending money is a big motivator. You know, if you're dropping like, I don't know how much college is these days, but when I was in school, it was like 80 grand for the tuition, like for the 4 years. And yeah, you drop 80 grand and you're like, well shit, I better do good. I better not fail, because then you get kicked out if you fail, you know. So it is a motivator for sure. But yeah, it's hard to know what I should be learning next when I don't have a syllabus to follow. Yeah, I could see how that would make things difficult. I would suggest like looking for people who could be either unofficial or official mentors, you know, like people that can kind of guide you, like even on an unofficial capacity, because that is like very helpful. You know, just getting random advice from game devs who have been in the you know, around the industry for a while can be helpful. And pretty much getting advice from everyone, and then just kind of gauging, you know, how that advice works for you, and, you know, not taking anything as gospel, because the industry changes so fucking fast that like everyone is like trying to catch up, and it's just going to keep changing faster. So it's never going to be easy to know what to learn next. I think one piece of advice that I like to give people is to really think about what it is that you want to do, what you enjoy doing, because that's going to be the best part for you to learn, right? The more you enjoy it, the easier it's going to be to learn, the easier it's going to be to find the motivation when you're burned out or when you're sick of doing it. If you like doing it, it's going to happen a lot easier. So, you know, like one of my friends was in here earlier saying that they would like to make games, but they want to do narrative stuff. And I was like, well, there's this really cool software called Twine that lets you, you know, write branching narratives, and it's free and it's really easy to use, and it's great for people who don't know any programming. And they're like, oh yeah, that's a great idea, I should check that out. And like there's little things like that for every facet of game dev. So I would look at the different jobs there are, and then look at which job is the most interesting to you. And you don't have to pick one. You can pick as many as you want or as few as you want. Personally, I'm a generalist. I do a little bit of everything. I'm not like terribly great at a lot of things, but I get them all done, you know. I've even managed a team at this point, which was kind of cool. I personally, I love game design the most, but you need to know some programming to be a good game designer. So I've kind of forced myself to learn some programming. However, I am not the best at graphics programming. I'm not good at tool programming. There's a lot of programming that I'm not great at, and I'm aware of that, and I know people that can help me, and I know people who have resources that they can either sell to me or provide for me, and I know where to look for help if I'm trying to do things, and that's enough to get me through. But yeah, I have done some shader code in the past, and it was hard. I didn't like doing that. Like, I don't mind working with materials and stuff like that in Blender and Unreal and Unity, but when it comes to actually like writing the shader code, I'm like, oh man, that's a rough spot for me. But yeah, oh, dropped my mouse. Because I have an art background, it makes all the art stuff easy, so I don't really have to focus on that so much unless I'm trying to learn something new. And then the programming stuff, I end up spending more time on, but the game design stuff is really what my focus is. And I think that's why I've gravitated towards GB Studio, is because you don't really need to focus on the programming to get a game design out there. And then the limitations of the engine are like pretty severe, so it actually kind of helps the creativity. But we've got an ad coming up. I snoozed it as many times as I could, but it should only be a 2-minute maximum ad break. So after that, we'll be back to it. So hang out, and we'll take a little break for the ad so no one misses anything. And yeah, 2 minutes from pretty soon. Okay, we are back from the ad break. Thanks for hanging out. I definitely appreciate that. And yeah, so we're just going through and adding this overlay submap event to any time that a dialogue pops up. That way it doesn't break the heads up display that we've made here. Diode says, I was about to say I love limitations. They definitely help with creativity. That's one of the main reasons I chose Pico 8. Cool. Yeah, I mean, if you have a programming background, Pico 8 definitely makes more sense than GB Studio, but you can do some programming in GB Studio as well. Also, you grabbed Aseprite on Steam sale for 35% off. Nice. That's definitely worth it. So what was the dollar value then? I should honestly, I should think about buying it myself on Steam just so I can brag about how long I've been using it, because it doesn't track how long I've been using it. I've been using it for like ages, and I guess sometimes I just leave it on. I'm going to move to Godot once I make a few more tiny games on Pico. Cool. Yeah, I haven't spent too much time in Godot. I did recently learn how to put your GB Studio games into a .exe through Godot, but I just learned how to do that, and it's really simple, and it didn't really teach me anything about the engine. I've played with Godot like maybe 7 years ago, and I didn't get very far because I'm a Unity developer mostly. I've been using Unity since like 2013, so it's really hard for me to just jump into something new like Godot. But £10, okay, not sure what it is in Freedom Units. Yeah, but that's pretty cheap. I should check myself. We'll give it a look here real quick. $12.99. Wait, it says it's in my library. That's weird. Oh, it says I've used it for 10.4 hours. Huh. Anyways, Aseprite's super cool if you're not used to it. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting it's America Day today. Lol. Welcome in, Clone Kitty. Good to see you here. It is America Day. Yeah, I'm literally hearing fireworks going on outside right this very second. People are celebrating as we speak. I am not a huge celebrator of any holiday. Like, I'm not Mormon or anything. I just don't really celebrate holidays. They all seem kind of ridiculous to me. Yeah, 4th of July is no different. It's ridiculous. Blow things up and drink beer wrapped in a flag. Like, yeah, I don't know. That sounds kind of ridiculous and dangerous. Also, like, if we were to be invaded, it would make sense for our invaders to pick 4th of July to invade us, because we wouldn't know we're being invaded because it sounds like there's guns going off outside, like right now. I wouldn't know. I'd have no idea unless there was some type of air raid siren or something. But then I'd just think there was a tornado. Yeah. But I am celebrating my birthday next week. And so the 9th on Wednesday, so yeah, in America, when it's Wednesday in the US, I'm not sure what the time zones difference is there, depending on where you're at, you know. But we are having a celebration here. I'm going to be doing drawings, pixel art drawings for subs, so if anyone's interested in that, they might be able to get for one sub a profile picture sized pixel art like avatar thing, or for more subs, like 5 gift subs, doing pixel VTuber things like what I've got here, I can show you an example of one I did for Indiana Crones. So yeah, simple four different frames, one for the eyes blinking, one for the mouth opening, and then a mixed match so that way the eyes can blink while the mouth is open. But yeah, nothing too crazy. You know, here's my Pyrotoad one. I've got one of me wearing a hoodie, one of me wearing a space outfit. I've got one with a stylus, so that way I can draw while I talk. And then yeah, the demon fish one. So pretty simple stuff, but either way, it's a way to get art from me for pretty cheap. I actually charge quite a bit to my clients, so. But I'm also going to be making my subs on sale that day, so they should be 30% off or something like that. Whatever they let me do the sale price of. So things will be a little bit cheaper. But yeah, I figure, you know, try to get as many people as I can here on Wednesday, and Wednesday night you have off actually? Cool. So you're what, later than I am? So what time is it there now? Because it's 9:16 p.m. there. It must be pretty late at night for you, right? Clone Kitty and Diode. It must be like super late, right? I guess I could just look it up. I don't know exactly what countries you're in. But it looks like it's like 3 in the morning in the UK. Yeah. Nah, it's 10 p.m. for Clone Kitty. Okay. Oops. Yeah, no, it's, yeah, like 3:16 in the UK. Right now I'm on East Coast time, but it changes throughout the year. Ah, okay. Cool. But yeah, so probably around this time on Wednesday, I'll be partying it up, celebrating. Well, I don't really party. I don't even drink. I used to smoke weed, but they've got a medical. You need a medical card here, and all my medical shit's tied to a different state right now. So I'm actually having a hell of a time trying to switch it to this state, and then I could start smoking weed again. But honestly, I'm saving so much money by not smoking weed that like. It's kind of I'm not making a whole lot of money, let's put it that way, so it's probably a good thing that I'm not spending a whole lot on weed. A couple years ago I spent like fucking $3 grand on weed, like throughout the year. I was tracking it. It was tracking it to help me quit, I think. I went through a similar thing and never started smoking again. I'm glad I stopped. I think I stopped during the first lockdown. Oh, right on. Cryptic, are you watching fireworks? Am I more entertaining than fireworks, Cryptic? I'll be there Wednesday. Thank you, Cryptic. I appreciate that. Sometimes I feel like I should start, lol, but then I remember it's probably best not to start a new habit. It is expensive, but yeah, you know, I honestly really enjoy it. I'm not trying to make it sound enticing for anyone, but I really enjoy smoking weed, and I don't think I'll ever quit entirely, but I like knowing that I can stop and start, because after 20 years of smoking it for like almost every day, you start to wonder, right? And it gets really expensive. It's cheaper when you can grow it, I will say that, like, as long as you can do it, like, you know, the right way. I guess it can be expensive to grow too, but yeah. Your stream just started up in my ear while I was driving. I don't know how. Ghosts. Ghost. Well, don't type and drive. That ain't right. I mean, if you got someone else driving, that's fine. But now I'm nervous. I'm being amplified throughout the entire car. That's scary. Not driving at the moment. Okay. You're safe this time. I'll never forget one time I was dating someone and they had this issue where they would text and drive, and one time they got into an accident while they were texting me, and I was like, I had told them like, don't text and drive, you know, but she wasn't home, and she told me she was lying to me about where she was, and she was on the road. And because she told me she was at home, I was texting her, and you know, because she wanted to uphold the lie, she felt like she had to text me back even though she was driving. She ended up getting into a terrible car accident, nearly died. It was crazy. I mean, she came out unscathed, actually, surprisingly. But yeah, it was crazy. I felt so bad. But yeah, she had an issue with lying. She would lie about shit like that all the time. Yeah. Eventually we split. But yeah, I felt so bad about that. So now I take it really seriously. Like, don't fucking text me while you're driving. I can wait. But yeah, I really like smoking weed. I really did. I like how creative it makes me feel. I don't know if I actually am creative while I smoke weed, but it makes me feel like I get all these ideas like right there. I have to like write them down. So I'll have a notebook with me when I smoke, and I come up with some really crazy, sometimes good ideas, you know. And they just come right to me, like game ideas. I have so many game ideas that just came to me because I smoked some weed. Or I would smoke some weed and just write a song, and then like 30 minutes later I'd have a song that like before I smoked it wasn't even a thought, and then after I smoked it just came out of me. So yeah, I don't know. To each their own, for sure. And I'm not gonna sit here and say like, oh, you should smoke weed, it's going to make you creative, because that's not the case. You might think that you're more creative while you're smoking it. That could be the case, but it doesn't make anyone more creative. It might make you more philosophical in the moment. Might cause you to ask existential questions, but nothing too life-changing. Well, it could be life-changing. I don't know. It's different for everyone. It just makes me tired. I hear that from a lot of people. But also, so with cannabis, there's like, and most people know this by now, but there's basically two main types, right? You've got your indica and your sativa. And your indicas put everyone to sleep, right? But your sativas, they usually actually keep you awake and cause you to have paranoia and anxiety, and they can cause hallucinations, and it's basically the more intense of the two. But it's harder to grow, it costs more to grow, and most people who are growing what they call sativa are actually growing a hybrid of indica and sativa. So most of the stuff you have out there has indica in it. It's very, very rare to find a 100% sativa. I'm not even sure if that shit exists anymore. I've never gotten the creative the creative bug from weed. I get the giggles. That's interesting. I'd have to go through a learning curve as to what kind to get. One time a friend had some and it made me super depressed, which is not what I was going for. Wow, yeah. Well, that could just be like a personal thing too, right? Like maybe the weed didn't make you depressed so much as the existential dread that came with the philosophical questions you were asking yourself, you know, or maybe you felt bad about something that happened or whatever, you know. A lot of times it can amplify your emotions. But yeah, Cryptic, I've definitely been in that boat where you get like super stoned and like everything is freaking hilarious. Fucking mushrooms does that to me. Well, I can't eat mushrooms anymore. It made me throw up last time or like the last 4 or 5 times I tried mushrooms, it made me throw up. I just gave up. I was like, well, this isn't fun. I always just end up throwing up right away. But like back when I used to first do mushrooms, it got me fucking giggly. I would be giggling at anything. Didn't matter what it was, I would think it was hilarious. Oh god, I don't need any more philosophical dread in this timeline. Yeah, then, you know, maybe, and like I said earlier, like, weed is for some people and not for other people, like, and I don't mean that in any type of way. It doesn't really depict the person at all, but sometimes people don't need it. They literally don't need it. Oh wait, that doesn't need to be there. Like when I was in art school, I was actually very surprised to find out how few people smoked weed in art school. I mean, there was a lot that did too, don't get me wrong. It was an art school, people were smoking weed. But I would come across these like really fantastic artists who were very creative people. And they could just sit down and come up with cool creative ideas and they didn't smoke weed. And I'd be like, you've never even tried smoking weed? They're like, no, I never needed to. I never thought that it would make me any more creative, and I'm perfectly creative without it, and I don't want to screw up a good thing, you know, and that makes sense. And you know, I always wonder about that, like what would my life have been like if I didn't start smoking weed when I was like fucking 13. And I definitely don't recommend kids smoke weed, because obviously that's fucking bad. But I wasn't under a whole lot of supervision at the time, and I had a lot of friends that were kind of, you know, they had older cousins that could get the stuff for us, you know, and, you know, it happened. And then I just kept smoking it for like as long as I can remember, basically. I did quit a couple times, you know, but yeah. I say as I'm currently eating McDonald's, lol. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can manage myself better with exercise and eating well first. Oh wow, yeah. Yeah, I don't eat any fast food, but I'm actually gluten intolerant, so I can't eat a lot of fast food anyways. Like, there's not a whole lot of just restaurants in general that I can eat at, unfortunately. So I end up cooking like most of my own food. I've had the exact same thought in a very similar life. LOL, yeah. We might be diode twins. Yeah, interesting. That's so cool. It blows my mind. Although I'm probably a bit older than you. I'm turning 40 this week, or this next week. But either way, diode twins transcends time, right? Transcends age. I still believe to this day creativity is a skill you can earn. Oh, I 100% agree, Cryptic. I 100% agree. The more that you draw out your ideas, the more you write down your ideas, the easier it is to come up with ideas. Yeah, I'm almost 30. Right on. Well, I'm almost 40. And you know what they say? 40 is the new 30, and 30 is the new 20, and 20 is the new 10, I guess. Because 20-year-olds act like they're 10 years old. But yeah, you know, age is just the thing, right? Yeah, you finally meet someone my age on Twitch. Lol, I'm gonna be 45 soon. Right on, right on. Well, I hope you're in good health. I know how it can be when you start approaching older ages. I'm already starting to experience it. Yeah, I had a colonoscopy already, and they found pre-cancer. So glad that I got that taken care of. Just trying to hang on for dear life. Oh no. Well, I hope that's not too bad. I hope that you're hanging in there. Is there an else statement here? No. So you have to like actively click on it to get this. Okay. But yeah, you know, it's weird, right? When I was young, I made a lot of friends that were much older online even, and then, you know, as I got older, like, I made some friends that were younger, you know, but I also kept friends that were older. And yeah, obviously most of my friends have kids and families and stuff now, but even then some of them will be like 10 years younger than me and still have kids and family and stuff. But me, I don't have kids or a family, so I'm very much a bit of a lone wolf, really. I've packed up and moved across the country a couple times already, and just, you know, make a new life, you know. I really liked Phoenix, but then a meth lab opened up next to me and I had to like get out right then and there. I was lucky enough to be able to sell my condo, and then right at that same time my mom had brain cancer, so I went to spend a few more years with her before she died, and I'm glad I got the chance to do that. But then afterwards I was like, well, where do I go next? And then I decided I should move somewhere that's like really cheap to live and doesn't have a lot of crime. And so I actually moved to, I guess people out here call this the meth capital of the country, which is fucked up. I didn't think about that, but it has very little crime out here in Oklahoma. So I'm sure that there's meth because it's like country land or whatever, but it's not going to open up next door to me, and I can actually afford a place without shared walls because the housing cost isn't so damn high here. So I actually live in a nice neighborhood now, and I have a pretty awesome house, really. I mean, it's not like a mansion or anything like that, but it's pretty great for me. I'm just me, myself. And there is room to grow. If I wanted to have a family, I could fit a family here. But yeah, I'm really happy with how things have worked out. But yeah, there's not a whole lot of jobs out here. Not a whole lot of game devs out here. Yeah. Clone Kitty says, nah, I'm okay, but yeah, just start and do all the scans and stuff. You got to start doing middle age and contemplating now, or how your health can easily go away one day. Yeah. Lol, my meth lab, what is your luck? Yeah. Well, apparently it's pretty common in Phoenix. Well, actually, I don't know if it was a meth lab. It was probably, more realistically, it was probably a fentanyl lab. Because there was like a fentanyl lab in the same complex that got caught. Get this, they didn't get caught because they were you know, because of the lab. They got caught because the ring camera of the adjacent house, like the camera outside the doorbell camera outside the adjacent house, took a picture of a wanted murder suspect entering the building, and they gave that to the police, and then the police came and said, oh shit, this is a fucking drug lab. But then another one just popped up like right next to me right after that one got closed down. So I think that, you know, whoever was in control of that one was like, well, we'll just start a new one. And that was pretty messed up. But yeah, then the neighbor like downstairs and adjacent to me was selling the shit, and I'm pretty sure it was fentanyl because I saw this little tiny white bag that was like smashed on the parking lot, on the ground of the parking lot, like it had been dropped and driven over. And it looked, I mean, it could have been any white powder, but it looked like it was probably fentanyl because it was like this little tiny corner bag. And yeah, honestly, I don't really know what the shit looks like, but I mean, it could have been cocaine. But the way people would line up outside this house, well, like cars, like one day out of the month, they would have just like cars and cars and cars and cars and cars, like it was a fucking emissions test or something like that. Like all these cars just lined up waiting, and then one by one they go into the house and come out and leave, and one of them shot a gun off into the air while they were doing it. Fucking crazy shit. Oh wow, my mom also has brain cancer, glioblastoma. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That is a crazy coincidence. Yeah, my mom unfortunately died from it just this last March. They did a couple surgeries, and I think they did radiation therapy, and it just kept coming back. And it was very unfortunate. It was a really hard way to watch someone go. But in a way, I'm lucky that I was able to like see it coming, because it gave me the opportunity to spend time with my mom. Like I lived with her for like 3 years before she died, and you know, got to help take care of her and be there for her. and it wasn't like a huge surprise when it happened. I was able to like kind of grieve in like, you know, I could grieve in my own time. It didn't happen all at once. When after it happened, I mean, yes, I was sad and I'm still sad about it, but it wasn't shocking, if that makes sense. It didn't shock my system. It didn't like send me into a depression or anything like that, which is great for me because I've struggled with depression before and I was worried about that, but I've been able to kind of grieve at my own pace. Diode music, oh wow, that's an aggressive one, isn't it? Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, it sucks. She had chemo, radio, and surgery. I'm living with her now. Wow, that is a crazy coincidence, Diode. We are very similar people. I had no idea. Lucky to run into you, by the way. That's pretty cool. But I hope that things go better. You know, I know that it's rough when prognosis is weak like that, but you gotta hope for the best, and I definitely hope for the best, you know, and I hope that everything goes as good as it can, and that that there's no struggle, and that everything is as easy as it can be, and gets as good as it can be. That's, you know, yeah, here's hoping for many more years. Absolutely. You know, when my mom was diagnosed, they were like, oh, it's only gonna be a few months, and then she lasted for a few more years. So but yeah, eventually it did take hold quite quickly, actually, which was kind of unfortunate. Like up until the very end, she's like, I think I'm gonna be okay, I think I've got this, and then like the next day she couldn't even speak. It was crazy. Yeah, it was really rough watching her go. The whole like the mental deterioration that comes with it was rough. You know, the last year of her life, she had trouble using her phone. She would always be asking for help using her phone, and that was really rough. She couldn't do a lot of things. You know, we got her on the Wii Fit though, like for a while, and that helped her a little bit, you know, doing the balancing stuff and all that. But yeah, it was definitely hard. So I feel for you, and I hope for the best. But yeah, I'm also not trying to get into like a super morbid conversation, but yeah, if you need to vent, I don't mind. But at the same time, yeah, I'm not trying to make it any more sad for anyone. Yeah, I'm definitely not the type of person that's like, everything has to be happy here, you know, toxic positivity only. That's definitely not me. If someone has something going on in their life and it's serious and they need to chat about it, like, I am all for that. You know, life isn't always super happy, rainbow sunshine. It would be nice if it was, but it's important to like understand how to talk about things, and how to let things out, and how to be even when things suck. And I feel like when you go to streams where it's like, oh, you can be friends here, we're friends here, until you have something shit go on in your life, and then you can't talk about it. I don't want that in my chat. Like that's kind of shitty. Like, I understand people not wanting like strangers just coming in and just like venting and leaving, because then it's like you don't even know if they're telling the truth, you know. But you're totally cool, because obviously we're Diode twins, so there's that. But yeah, I'm gonna have to look up Diode music, by the way. I think my Diode productions is all like shit that I don't really care about, actually. I think it's really old shit, actually. Diode productions. Diode productions. Diode films. Diode, I think I need to look for it on SoundCloud. Oh, I think I found Diode music. That's easier to find than mine. Oh, and then there's a Evo Productions Diode. But that's not me. Oh, this one's from the United States. That's a different diode. How many diodes are there? Apparently everyone thought it was a cool name. Oh yeah, there's a lot of diodes. I just typed in diode. There's so many diodes. That's crazy. But yeah, mine is diode production, one word. And it looks like this. Oh, this is an interesting track that's on here. Also, this is like one of my very first electronica tracks 11 years ago. But I made it much longer than 11 years ago. That's just when I happened to upload it. Oh, there's a lot of interesting stuff here. Yeah, this was from 2011, back when I was like trying to, like the first time trying to do DJ sets, first time trying to do scratching, some of my first like production mixes where I like took a bunch of samples and made stuff. Oh, yours is Diode Music UK, okay. And then this was a TOK remix, which yeah, I don't know, it's kind of interesting. Body Slamming Babies. This was actually a sample from a YouTube video. My friend was like obsessed with this YouTuber. I was like, you gotta watch this video. And I was like, I don't get it. And they're like, that's okay, you don't have to. And then I sampled it and mixed it with Body Moving by the Beastie Boys. And this is something I made not that long ago. This one's really interesting though. I actually sampled Grand Theft Auto 2 in this song, but in a way that you could never tell that that's what it was. We'll listen to it. It's not really music. I've had people tell me that it's not really music. Oh, we do have an ad starting soon. Oops. We could listen to it after the ad. This one, I think, has the most plays of any song that I've done on anything, and it's terrible. It's really not great. I think it's just because of the art. All right, well, there's the ad. We'll take an ad break, and maybe we'll listen to this when we come back. Oh yeah, that's right. You're not in the ad break because you have a sub. Do you think Godot is better for someone that prefers to program most things? Honestly, I don't know enough about Godot to really say it's better or not. But what I do know is that most bigger engines like that are pretty much good for anyone. Subs. How you doing, Cryptic? How are the fireworks? Are you at the fireworks yet? Is it really that boring? I mean, I appreciate you being here, but I'm worried. I'm worried for your entertainment. But yeah, I would say any large game engine can do it. Even the smaller game engines. But what's cool about the larger game engines is that you find more tutorials. They are lackluster. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Well, that sucks. You can hear me over the fireworks. They gotta be terrible then. No, I can hear fireworks. I don't see them, but I can hear them. I'm sure if I went outside, I could probably see some, but not really interested. Fireworks aren't really that cool to me anymore. Honestly, I would rather see like a drone show or something like that, but yeah, that's, you know, like a whole different thing, right? But yeah, like personally, I got really into Unity, but at the same time, Unity has been doing like some shitty stuff, so I totally get it that people don't want to jump into Unity over something like Unity or Unreal. So the problem with like saying one over the other is that like there's fallbacks on all of them. There's not fallbacks. There's like downsides to all of them, right? And so it's going to depend on what kind of game you're making, what type of information you're getting on the different engines, right? You know, what kind of tutorials you find, your programming like skills, like your architecture and stuff like that is all going to make a difference on all of them. You could run into hurdles in all three of those that you may or may not be able to, you know, circumvent or overcome, depending on who you know or how you learn or any of that, or just luck, right? Dumb luck sometimes, right? Like for instance, for me, when I was learning Unity, I did a lot of really poor architecture when I was starting out. And I didn't really make a big enough game to realize what the mistakes I was making. So I was doing it for years until finally I got to a point where I was making a bigger game and it just wouldn't compile, right? Or it would, but it would take fucking an hour. Every time I touched the code base, I'd have to wait an hour for it to compile. And I was like, well, this isn't working. This isn't it. So I did some searches. I realized that it was because of my architecture. It was literally the way that I was coding the game that was causing these long compile times, and I had to go through and decouple all of these codes and do things in a different way, and just like figure out a better architecture. And I mean, obviously, architecture isn't just Unity. You can run into those issues anywhere, but you know, depending on the engine and what you get taught, you might run into similar issues where you do the same thing wrong for a long time before you realize that it needs to be done a certain way to fix it. And it's going to be different for every engine. Too many if statements. Not even necessarily too many if statements. What I was doing was I was referencing scripts in other scripts, right? And in a lot of beginner tutorials, they teach you to do that. It's a really quick and easy way to prototype, and if you're just doing prototypes, that's fine. But as soon as you're trying to do something more robust, something that's really large, that won't scale. What you need to do then is use something like C# actions, which are like event based or Unity events, and do things with the architecture so that way it has a flow to it. You can't just go back and forth willy-nilly between scripts. You want to have a direction. Everything flows in one direction. And I didn't understand that until I realized you can use these C# actions and just like do things that way, like in almost like 95% of the cases that I was using reference scripts, I could have been using actions, which move much faster. They don't bog down the system. They work great, and they compile like a breeze. Right? So yeah, little things like that. 2D roguelike Unity and Godot. The end goal is to be able to make a 2D roguelike. You can do 2D in Unreal. Cryptic, I know that a lot of people think of Unreal as being like bad for 2D, but there are some decent programmers that use it for 2D stuff. What type of game you want to make, because that determines the best engine. I do agree that deciding what type of game you want is going to adjust your idea of what engine's best. But even then, you can still use kind of whatever engine you want. You could make a 2D roguelite in GB Studio if you wanted. You could do it in Pygame. You could do it in you could do it in the Doom engine. You know, you could do it in whatever you want. But yeah, let's see. That's okay unless you're doing it every frame or something. Referencing scripts? Well, the thing is that it wasn't bad as far as the game. The game ran fine, but the compile times were really long, referencing scripts like that. And it was getting so long that anytime I changed the script, I'd have to sit around and wait for it to compile, and I just wasn't getting anything done anymore. I was just waiting for it to compile every time I touched it. It would take so long that I forgot what I was doing by the time that I came back. And it wasn't any time I hit play, it was any time I touched the code. Like, it would have to recompile stuff. Undertale is 90% if statements, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Undertale is a from what I understand, it's a shit show underneath the hood. But yeah, if statements aren't bad. Conditionals is what they're called, right? Conditionals are how things work, right? But there's other ways, you know, loops, switches. There's other ways of navigating data, right? But conditionals are foundational. Like, I wouldn't say stay away from conditionals. I mean, that would be ridiculous. But I've definitely done conditionals wrong, where you just have all these nested conditionals, and then you have all these other nested conditionals, and then all these other nested conditionals. That's it worked fine. It did what it was supposed to do, but trying to read that is like hell, especially if you know if you like are a programmer and you know your way around and you know how it should look, and then you go through someone's, you know, noob code and it's all of these nested conditionals. Like, oh shit, like, who taught you how to code? Nobody. I taught myself. You know, it's like, oh, but it will work. Yeah, expose as little as possible, only what you need. Good principle to follow in all software. Yeah, I mean, again, if you know what you're doing with it, then you can use public variables. You can use, static variables. You can use, like in GB Studio, local variables are far more confusing than your static variables. Like, because if we go up down here, all of your static variables are right here. I mean, there is a limit to how many you can use, but you've got fucking hundreds, 500 some odd variables you can use here. And why not, if it's easier for you to understand? Because using local variables like I'm using here, that can actually be confusing. When I was doing something in Frontrooms, this other game that I'm working on, I was using a local variable for a sprite, like an actor, and then I was also trying to use that same local variable in the scene, and I was like, wait, fuck, those are different local variables. Those aren't the same local variables. So like, it took me a good 10 minutes before I was like, oh, that's the issue. I shouldn't be using a local variable. I should be using something that's global. And yeah, that would fix the issue. So I mean, it depends, you know. There's a time and a place for both. Linus Torvalds, the creator of Linux, famously said, if you need more than 3 levels of indentation, you're screwed anyway. Yeah, that's called scope. Yeah, that's interesting about the 3 levels of indentation. I use over 3 levels, I'll admit it. I am not the world's best programmer. I get things done in a way that they work, and like these aren't really great examples. These are only a couple levels. Well, there's 3 levels of indentation, right? 1, 2, 3, and then there's the 4th there. But that's how I get it to work. Actually, this is just a group, so it doesn't really count as indentation. It's just a way of grouping them together. Oh, I'm still on the BRB screen. Oh, sorry about that. I forgot. Anyways, thanks for saying something. I would have stayed there forever. I was just talking through the ads and forgot that I was on the BRB screen. But yeah, so this is actually a group, so I guess it doesn't really count as indentation, but it does put a layer of indentation here, and then this would be 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. But like I said, it's in a group, so it's really only 3. But yeah, this is mostly all visual scripting, which is kind of a pain in the ass for me, to be honest, because there's so much clicking and stuff. But I've also spent a lot of time in it in GB Studio, so I'm actually pretty quick at it. And there's a lot that you can do in code, but it's like a really funky syntax. Like if we go back to this here, I don't know how well you can read it, but it's confusing to read. I'll make it bigger somehow. If we do like a notepad, we can make it bigger, right? Is that bigger? Can we make this bigger? Yeah. So yeah, this is a comment, obviously. Instead of using VM push to store value, variable loop offset directly accesses the value stored in the corresponding global variable. But then this is the actual code. VM, which I imagine is virtual machine, replace tile xy00 underscore 3 underscores bank underscore bg underscore tile set underscore tile set. So this is the name that's provided for the tile set, and then this is, or for the bank, this is the name provided for the bank, this is the name provided for the tile set, and then this is the variable that I actually made. And this is a really simple line of code actually, but it's just convoluted in the way that it's written, right? So we're replacing a tile at a coordinate, which is 0, 0 in this point. So 0, 0 is actually the upper left in Game Boy, because it goes, the Y is 0 here, and all the way down is up for Y, and then right is up for X, which is a little bit weird, but that's the way things are drawn on the Game Boy in the hardware. But yeah, that's one of the more simple lines of code. The users don't care about how the game is coded, to be fair, as long as the game works. That's what matters. Absolutely, absolutely. Well, I think what it comes down to is when you are looking for help and you have a project and you say, hey, fancy coder who is like, you know, full of knowledge and studied this shit at school, and you're like a PhD in computer science, like, will you look at my code and fix it for me? And they're like, yeah, if you pay me. And then they get to complain about how difficult it is because you're no good at coding. That's basically what it's like, right? When Blueprints first came out, everyone was like, don't use Blueprints, it's so bad. And the reason why was because you had all of these projects that started with noobs who were using Blueprints, and they didn't really know how to, you know, group things and put things in different sections so it's readable, and it would just be like this mess of spaghetti. I could probably find an image of what I'm talking about. Here we go. There, stuff like this, right? So games would look like this, and then they'd hire someone on as a firefighter to be like, hey, my game's having troubles with optimization or this, that, and the other. Can you fix it? We have a player base, we've got money coming in, but we need to fix the game, so we'll pay you lots of money to fix it. And then they get this plopped on their lap, and then they go around and tell everyone, don't train people to use Blueprints because they're just gonna make shit with it, right? And I think that was like a thing for a while, but I think because of videos like this, I imagine, have shown people how to do a better job. Oh wow, that looks horrible to debug. Exactly, exactly. Trying to debug something like this could be really bad. But there's a bunch of these. There's like, if you just type in Unreal Engine Blueprint Spaghetti, you will find a bunch of spaghetti. Look at this one. This is someone's actual code, right? It's fucking crazy. I mean, it's so small that you can't read what each module is doing. But yeah. Oh, here's another good one. It's hard to tell if they're real or not, to be honest. Like, how does someone go about making things look that bad? You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't you at least try? It's almost like they took code and was like, how can we make this look bad to make the image viral? You know? Thanks for checking in, Wallace. Hope you're doing well. Looks like a modular synth. Hey, it could be. It could be. You never know.
Who told you you can eat my cookies?
Who told you you could eat my cookies? That's a good one. Sorry, I was a little delayed on that. Like, seriously, like, why would someone make that? It's like they just pushed them all into a pile. Was like, have fun. It's like when you get kicked out of a project and you're the only programmer on the team. Like, oh, well, have fun debugging what I've made. But yeah, I think those are the worst of them. But Unity has a similar thing with their state machine. I don't know if we'll find it as easy. Oh yeah. Wait. Here's one. Oops, that's the wrong one. Stuff like this. This is an animation state machine. And they're all connected. Yeah, Mechanim is what it's called. Yeah. It's not fun to debug this stuff, for sure. But it's funny, because this person's using Mechanim as a general purpose state machine. Is fantastic. It is for some people. Some people would much rather just have it in code. But I think we got all of these how I wanted them. So they shouldn't break the game anymore, or the thing anymore. Oh, this one's funny because it's like that. Oh, we actually don't want this. And then when you click on this one, we got that, so that's fine. And then this, I believe, was like there. And then this one, we've got that. And then this. Ah, yeah, we left that one. Let's disable that one. So we did miss one. Again, we don't actually need this. And then this one has... Actually, we don't need this one. And as long... and this one we actually want down here. So there's another mistake. Okay, I need to sleep. It's 4 a.m. Good night, man. Have a good one. Yeah, take care. Thank you for dropping in, Diode. I appreciate the sub. I appreciate the follow. And I appreciate meeting my Diode twin. So take care and have a wonderful rest. Wake up feeling well rested, hopefully. So yeah, again, we'll remove this and then we'll paste that there. Did that not work? What did we paste? Nothing? We want the overlay group. There it is. Copy that.
You're a loony.
You're a loony. It's a good one. Have the fireworks gotten any better, Cryptic? Alright, here's one we missed also. Alright, that one looks good. That one looks good. That one looks good. I think that's all of them. Did we do this one? We did, okay. And this one doesn't have a key. All right, so I think that covers it. I think we're bug free. We'll probably test it. Oh wait, there was one other one. Where was it? Is it this one? Oh, we got that one. This one. Anytime it has a dialogue, we need the overlay. I don't think any of these have dialogues though. These just move the player. Wait, on hit player does nothing? Oh, maybe it's on the player. Oh, okay. So technically it should have it here too, except that it kills you, so it doesn't really matter if it goes away. But we probably don't need it to say your XP. It's a lot of things that change, but I think it'll be better this way. Oh wait, no, it's only on one on each thing. That's actually not so bad. Because it doesn't need to say ouch, it's pretty obvious that you died. But also it plays the sound effect even if your sound effects are turned off. You can tell that I made this when I first started. Because now every time I do anything audio, I always do a check to see if the shit's turned off or not. But we should do that if variable value sfx off equals 0. So we'll copy this event so we can paste it everywhere, because it shouldn't be making sound effects unless you've got your sound effects turned on, which is the default, but if you turn them off, it shouldn't be making sound effects. There's probably a whole bunch of other places where that needs to be implemented. But this is a start. So I did it right there. Those ones don't make any sound, which is weird. Let's see. Do these make sound? Yeah, they do. The keyholes do too. I guess is that the hack zones make noise too. Oh, actually they don't. Interesting. There's a wild Ninkata in chat. It's a wild one. I caught the Ninkata. I got it. Gotta catch them all. And I got this one. Yep. Alright, so then this has the sound effect also. Getting closer. And then this one. We got this one, right? No, we didn't. Let's get that one too. This one, we got... What about this one? Did we get this one? Nope. Alright. That's all looking good. This thing makes a sound effect too, doesn't it? It does. While we're doing this, might as well throw that in there. And these ones all do the same thing. This one actually does the right thing. And this one. Nice. Oh, here's another car. So, yeah, this game is actually coming along. There is like a big old bug in this room where like the floor gets all jumbled with the swap tiles. So something's going on with that. I think it has something to do with this. Well, this is the water. So I don't think it's that. It's probably this one that's causing the issues. Tile 1 is B button, tile 2 is sword icon, tile 3 is A, tile 4 is blank. So, for whatever reason, because this should have the same button has sword. Yeah, and then also it has this one for the money. Oh, that's if it has the sword or it doesn't have the sword. And this one has it too. Okay. But does it have the money one? Yeah, it does. It has the money one too. But for some reason it was putting hearts on the floor. And I'm not sure why. I feel like one of the numbers is off. Ah, look at that. 70. The rupee icon is 72, so oh, that is right. 1072. That's correct. 1073. So it's not the money, it's the hearts. So what does the hearts? Oh, and I bet it has something to do with this. No, that's what it's supposed to be. Where are the hearts? A heart calculator. Calculate hearts. Wait. There's one that's called heart calculator. That's the one I'm looking for. I don't see it. Call script, choose, oh, choose heart calculator. There it is. I was looking for heart calculator. So all it does is it chooses which calculate heart script to do. But for some reason, I think, yeah, it's using scene, it's using 16, which is right here, but it's not right here. So we literally need to do a conditional for each thing, or this room can't be this tall. It might actually be easier to just make the room not this tall, because the hearts need to be in the same one in order to use this. Also, it's going to have a lot more if we do one for each heart. And you can run out of token space for each script, which is why this is divided up in the first place, is because if you did it all on one script, then it wouldn't run. That's why I had to divide it into that. Oh, no, okay. Yeah, but for something like this, to duplicate it for a longer level, and that would mean any type of level, it would have to, like any size room, it would have to have a different variable. And then it would have to say, like, by the way, you're in this size room before it runs the script. Unless we... Unless we did something where we used a variable here. That might actually be the answer. And then we could just tell it to use the Y variable for each room. I think that might be the answer. But yeah, we'd have to go through each one of these and do that, which would be a huge pain in the ass. Yeah, because each one of these has all of these, right? So many. And they'd all have to be switched. Every single one, all the way down. So that's a big undertaking, probably for another day. I don't see myself doing that right now. But that is why we're having that bug here. We could easily make the room smaller and then just divide this up. I think honestly the only reason why I made this room bigger was to test if we could do bigger rooms. But we could do bigger rooms if we change this number to a variable. So I kind of want to do that because that would be awesome to do big rooms, right? That would definitely, it would be more like Link's Awakening, or yeah, Link's Awakening, or Link to the Past rather than Zelda. Zelda OG, right? But yeah, that would be like a big undertaking. I kind of want to do it. Maybe we should just do it. Could take the rest of the stream though. Alright, I think we should do it. We'll need to make 2 different ones though. Right, because there's a 17 and a 16, which would be 16 and 17, because there's 2 different layers of hearts. So that way you can have a whole fuckload of hearts. Even though the player only gets 3 as of now. So yeah, 1 variable for top row hearts and another variable for top row or bottom row heart. So we'll call it heart position, heart row, heart something, I don't know. Heart top Y, because the X is going to be the same. We'll call it top row Y. Tile position. Hearts, oh, are we out of space? Okay. Heart top row Y position. And heart bot row Y position. Oh. Why won't it let me rename it? Weird. So you can add to it. Oh, now we can. Tile position. Alright. So that's those. Oh, that's cool that it tells you where the variable's being used. I never noticed that. But yeah, so each one of these, 16 is the top, 17 is the bottom. Every single one of these we're going to change. Oh, I guess we should open all of them. I'm gonna regret this. This is gonna be a massive undertaking here. I already kind of knew that this script was like too big to make. Like, I sure hope I don't have to change this. And here we are making changes to it. But this will make the levels far more dynamic. So this is going to be the bottom now. But we got one. Now we're on to the next. We should close this down so it doesn't freeze up on us. So we should save. Alright, back to the top. Right now we're on bottom. Back to the bottom. You know, I just thought of something. If we do it from the top, then we don't, oh wait, no. Because all these are different, right? Because all of these are different. And because we're not using the new event, because the event that, like, this was the only way to do it without code before. And the code is kind of a pain in the ass too. But now there's an event that does it and you can see. But this is actually a little bit faster than the events, from what I understand. I think the code is the most optimized way, but it's a pain to work with. Anyways, let's just keep doing what we're doing here. Alright, now we're back to the bottom. Alright, we've got up to 3. I'm pretty sure these are the exact same. Oh no, hearts collected 2. This should be heart. This should read hearts collected 1. Wait, why do they both say 2? This should be 1. I don't think it ever has less than 3 hearts. I think that's why I never realized that. But yeah, so what that means is that for each one we only need to do 1 more, and then we can just copy and paste all the other ones. But it's a little bit confusing. So this is half a heart, that's 1 heart. So 1, 2, 3. 2 hearts. 1, 2. 0 heart. So full hearts. 1.5. Yeah, okay, because it says 1.5. 1 heart. Half a heart. 0 hearts. Okay. So we will do 4 and then we'll copy 0 through 3. So that should make things happen a lot faster, actually. Seagoat, welcome in. How you doing, Seagoat? Everyone should check out Seagoat if they haven't yet. They do pixel art for games. Super cool streamer. How you doing? How is your 4th of July? You having fun? You blowing stuff up and drinking beer wrapped in flags? Hope you're having a great night. Thanks for dropping in. Always appreciate you being here. We are updating my game Source Hack. You don't celebrate? I don't really either. The 4th, yeah, the 4th is kind of a weird holiday. Blow stuff up and drink beer wrapped in flags. But I hope you're having a good day regardless. I'm currently listening to people blow things up outside while I stream. And it's only a little mildly annoying. So we're going to delete these. Oh, I guess you can't just hit the delete button. And then we're going to go to this one and grab these. Because we've already changed these ones. We're going to copy them. And we're going to paste them. Might take a second, and then we'll drag this one up at the top. Now that one's updated. We're making it so they use variables to find the hearts. These are actually hearts. These are unique tiles. They're actually numbered. 15, 16, 14, 16, 15, 16. Oh wait, no, it's 13, 14, 15, 16, 16, 17, 16. And then these are 13, 14, 15, and then 17 at the bottom. So it's actually an XY coordinate. The Marines are being deployed in my state and entering homes without warrants. So freedom sounds far-fetched right now. Yeah, that's pretty messed up that the Marines are part of the bullshit that's going on. But yeah, regardless, I hope you're having a decent day, decent enough at least, you know. Sorry that that's going down where you live. I'm sure it's shit like that's probably happening here too. It's just we're not as populated here, so you don't hear about it as much. Probably not as many immigrants here as well, because it's scary to live in the Bible Belt. 4 hearts left. Wait. No, that's right. 2 hearts left. Because each one is worth 2. I'm okay. There's also a huge wildfire near me, so the skies are gross. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, California is weird like that. The only time I went to LA, well, one time I flew in on a layover, but the other time I actually traveled to LA to do a Killer Queen tournament. There was a fire, like, and everyone was just acting like it was like just daily news. But yeah, it was a big forest fire just off the side of the highway, and you could like totally see it from the highway, and just polluting the sky, and yeah, the air quality was shit, and people just like didn't even say nothing about it really. Yeah, if you get any closer, I'll be in the evac zone. Oh, sorry to hear you're so close to it. Hopefully it doesn't get any bigger. Yeah, from what I understand, there's not a whole lot of rain out there to suppress things like that. Arizona had an issue with fires too, but the forests weren't close to the population. So, well, I guess there's some areas that were close, but it wasn't close to Phoenix. It wasn't like LA, where it's like surrounded by forests. It's very close here. 20 miles out is the edge of the evac zone. Wow, yeah. No, honestly, I really liked LA when I went there. And I don't know if you're in LA, but yeah, I really liked LA when I went there. Of course, you don't have to answer. I'm not trying to find out where you live or anything like that. But California in general is beautiful, assuming that it's not on fire or that there aren't earthquakes. Yeah, I mean, every state has its issues, right? But lots of you're in Bakersfield, okay. Yeah, lots of like really beautiful countryside in California. Oh, that's right. You were the one that's nearby fuck is the name of that? Death Valley. That's right. I actually camped in Death Valley. Well, we didn't camp. We found a hotel. We almost were forced to camp. Welcome in, PO. 9th biggest city in Cali. Right on, yeah. I know about where it's at. I've never been there, but I've probably drove through it if it's that close to Death Valley. Bigger than Anaheim for reference. Oh, right on, right on. Hope you're doing well, Pioneer. Pio? How is your 4th going? Hopefully you're not robbing people for gummies, for fruit snacks. Three times the size of Pauldale. I don't know Pauldale, but yeah, I'm not a Californian. I lived in Arizona, which was close enough to California, but it's funny. Apparently, everyone was like moving from California to Arizona. A lot of Arizonans were pissed because it was a red state for a long time, but now it's recently become purple, and they blame it on Californians moving there. Oh, Palmdale is famous city in a lot of rap music. Ah, okay. Yeah, I like hip-hop, but I don't actually listen to a whole lot of rap. I like instrumental hip-hop a lot. Like DJ stuff, where they're scratching and shit. But I do listen to a lot of A$AP Rock, but that's not Californian. It's part of LA County. Oh, okay, okay. But yeah, don't mind me. I'm just changing these variables. It's pretty pretty low key, pretty boring stuff. Can definitely converse while I do it. But it should help to make variable or dynamic sizes. Like for some reason, well, not for some reason, but because of the reason that we're fixing, this particular room was too tall and it was throwing all these variables off. But these variables are using scripts because they work with all the other rooms that are shaped like this. But if we use a variable in place of hard coding this, like 16 is because this is at 16 if we look at the Y value, and these ones are at 17 because of the 17 Y value. But if we look at the Y value here, this is 73 and 72. So what we can do is change those variables dynamically based on what size the room is, and then the hearts will be in the right position. But yeah, that way we can have rooms of any size. That way we can make really big dungeons, things more elaborate, and it will definitely help, I think. Like, I think the overworld should probably be mostly like these, so that way it's easy to like see things, but I don't know, we could probably experiment with that too once we get it down. But it will take a while to do all this, probably until the end of the stream, if not more. I might actually have to take a break and call it before we finish because there's so many. Now that is cooled down, I'm just doing some art fight. Oh, cool. By the way, Seagoat, if you're interested, I'm having a birthday celebration stream on the 9th, so Wednesday, and I'll be doing art for subs. So if you wanted a like a profile picture or a PNG tuber or a stream avatar, those will be available and the subs will be discounted. Just a thought, no pressure of course. I know that you're an artist, so you probably do a lot of your own stuff, but you know, that way you could have your own custom stream avatar for this stream or for anywhere you want to use it. That would only cost you 5 subs or gift subs. Of course they would be on sale, so I don't know how much that would amount to, but yeah, just a thought. But yeah, we'll be streaming pretty much all day that day on Wednesday, so drop in if you feel like it. If not, that's cool too, totally understandable. And I'll be turning 40. I'll be getting old on stream. Very cool. I'll try and stop by, but I'm broke as fuck. Power bills kill me this time of year. Also broke as fuck college student. Well, that's totally fine. I'm not trying to push anyone to purchase subs, of course. But if you want to drop by, that'd be totally appreciated. I appreciate the thought either way. But yeah, I'm spending more money than I'm making these days, so I know how it's like. Know how it is. So on this one, we can get rid of all of these, I think. Well, I sure hope I'm not breaking things by doing this. I probably am, though. Who am I kidding? If I had the money, I would. If Mr. Beast comes in and gives me money, definitely be gifting some subs if that happens. LOL. Word, I totally understand. I was really hoping my Etsy would be more profitable, not gonna lie. It's barely turned a profit, costs like 40 bucks to make, and right now I made like 50 back. Oh wow. Yeah, you know, I looked into doing an Etsy page back when I used to do jewelry and stuff like that, and art and stuff, and I actually ended up not doing it because they charged per listing. So what I realized with Etsy is that if you only need to make one listing, then it's more profitable than if you have to make a new listing for each item. Etsy is overpriced, yeah, for sure. They're not very, very friendly to the artist. I think it works well for like really high-end stuff. Like if you are selling like original paintings over Etsy and you charge like over $100 per each one, like then it's a little bit easier to make that money back. But the smaller the item, the harder it is to make that money back. Also, like I said, if each one is unique and the listing has to be unique, then that actually hurts as well. Yeah, I don't know. I know a lot of people are into VGen, but that's kind of I think first of all you need like to be like brought in, like you can't just, yeah, you gotta be invited to it. So there's that, but also like it's still kind of niche, right? But I would recommend becoming friends with people who are VGen artists, and maybe they could invite you. Also, no one I know really uses it except other artists. Yeah, and VTubers, right? So I think that would be helpful though, if to sell to VTubers, but then it's really pretty much only VTubers that know about it. And VTubing is growing, you know? It's like everyone is kind of making the switch, it seems like these days, because it's just more convenient for a lot of reasons. But yeah. Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot of like advice or anything to offer in that arena. A lot of times when I get commissions, people come to me, and it doesn't happen very often. But yeah, I do things like mods and stuff like that for people, and so it happens really not very often at all, but when it does happen, I can charge a little bit more. Yeah, I do my commissions through Ko-fi. Right on. Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of people have those. I've never actually used a Ko-fi before, like on either end, but I see a lot of people do. So, I'm sure that that's helpful. I had a Patreon at one point, but I only made like $1 through it, and Patreon just took it from me. They didn't even give me the $1 because I didn't reach the payout threshold. So they're like, well, that's ours now. And I only started it because the person who donated me $1 was like, you should start a Patreon. That'll be good for you. And then they're like, oh, you got a Patreon, cool. I'll give you $1. And then I didn't even get the $1. So I like did all the work of making the page and making the posts and didn't even get my $1. It's kind of bogus. Ko-fi so far is the best, but there's zero discoverability. Yeah, so it's almost like you gotta do all the footwork yourself. Kind of like getting wish lists on Steam when you don't have a demo. But yeah, have you thought about itch? People do assets on itch, and there's no cost to putting stuff up there. They do take like 1% of the earnings, but it's like negligible to some of these other things. I know people use that for assets a lot, like game assets and shit, but also VTubers search itch for VTube assets. I was thinking about making tile sets and putting them on itch, because there's a bunch on there, but there's not a bunch of really good ones, right? So if you can do a really good tile set, it stands out and people will be like, oh, I'll pay 20 bucks for that. And 20 bucks for a tile set, I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot when you're like, oh, I'm gonna make a game with this and sell the game and all this and blah blah blah, but the reality is that you make more selling tile sets than games at that rate. Of course, you can put the game on Steam, can't put the tile set on Steam. But you could make an executable that holds a bunch of tile sets and put that on Steam. You just gotta figure out a way to market it and make it, which I wouldn't know how to do. But yeah, itch is a place that you might consider. I really hope that I can delete these and not have to worry about it. Otherwise I'll be pulling up backup versions of this. They're going in and making minor changes to each of these, which would be a pain in the ass, but what are you gonna do? We got ads starting soon. I gotta take a break here, so we'll start that. Oh, make a character maker game that exports them as sprite sheets. There you go. Yeah, that's one way to do it. Or map maker, same idea. Absolutely. All right, we're gonna take that break, and I'll be back shortly. Okay, we're back from the ad break. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. And yeah, Seago, if you're still here, those are really good ideas. I think those are very profitable ideas. If you can export it as a PNG or something like that with transparent background, or like a map maker, exactly, like put it in different formats made for different platforms and stuff like that. Those are really good ideas. Not easy to execute on though. Like personally, I would have trouble making something like that, but would be profitable. I think it would. There are a few map makers out there that are free though, like Tiled, but like you said before, Tiled is cheeks. Yeah, so I kind of want to test things. Also, I kind of want to look at this tile sheet. I don't remember where it's at. It's in here somewhere. Oh, there it is. So if we take a look, the hearts are this, or then there's Kixie, welcome in. How you doing? Hope you're having a good 4th. You excited for tomorrow, Kixie? Thanks for checking in. I'm excited for tomorrow. Yeah, if you haven't checked out Kixie's, I almost said Fishy. If you haven't checked out Fishy's stream yet, no, Kixie is a fantastic indie game streamer. She has been doing a lot of fishing games recently, and we're gonna be fishing together on Saturday with the Indie Maniac and Infinite Metal, who are also both streaming at the moment. But yeah. Always excited for Saturday? Cool. Thank you for the shout out. Absolutely, Kixie. Hope you're having a wonderful 4th. Yeah, we're doing something that's kind of tedious. And I'm hoping that it doesn't break anything. But I think it should be fine. This is 0, this is 1, and this is 2. And if we go up to this, 0. Oh, that's when you have full health. Let's go like here. Yeah, I think what we're doing is fine. Everyone must check out Kixie, absolutely. Kixie is one of the coolest streamers I know. Definitely the most kind. And she's got to work on her coolness. No, I'm just joking. She's definitely one of the most cool, probably the most cool. I just don't want to I don't want to gush too much, you know. I want to put Kixie on the spot, but she's the coolest. She's definitely the coolest. Sorry, Cryptic. Kixie's one in coolness also. Not only is she more kind than you, Cryptic, but she's cooler. No, I'm just kidding. Cryptic is super kind also. Cryptic's always hanging out here. And Kixie is too. I appreciate you both as mods. You both do an excellent job. You caught the belly bolt. Nice work on the pokey catch. I think this is where we were. Shucks, thank you. You're welcome, Kixie. Thanks for being a part of the community here. There's not a lot of members, but they're all amazing. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. Both of you are very special people. But yeah, I hope everyone's having a good 4th. I know Cryptic was unimpressed with their fireworks display. Kixie, did you do anything fun for the 4th? Or is, I guess it's kind of late now, but, or is any fun yet to be had? Are you gonna blow some stuff up, drink beer, and wrap yourselves in flags? Because that's what Americans do. I have a dog. Oh no, so the dog is probably not having a great time because of the fireworks. Yeah, that sucks. Like I have like mild PTSD, and like hearing explosions all the time is definitely not fun. I like forget that it's 4th of July and have to remind myself, oh, it's 4th of July. No one's breaking in, you know? No one's smashing my house, or, you know, like... I think she's mostly deaf now, so she's calmer this year than normal. Oh, well, that's kind of sad, but also I bet that's a little bit more helpful that she's not freaking out over every explosion. But yeah, it sucks. I know in Phoenix there was a lot of people that would fire guns, like, because you can tell the difference between a gunshot and like a firework, you know. I mean, they sound similar. But yeah, it's like 11:30 here, so the fireworks have chilled out. I haven't heard one in a while, but you know, last night I was hearing them all the way until fucking 3 a.m. So I don't know if those people got arrested or what, but well, I hope your doggy's as comfortable as she can be. Sometimes game dev is like mowing the lawn. This task is definitely about as exciting as mowing the lawn. But if we complete the task and it doesn't break the game, which it still might, I'm not 100% sure, we will be able to have dynamic sized dungeon rooms and the hearts will show in the correct order. This is a source hack. I'm not sure. Yeah, Kixie, you played source hack. You remember that one. And it's got hearts in one of the new rooms that I've been working on that wasn't in the build that you played. But yeah. Cryptic says, my dog just doesn't care. Kixie says, I had a dog that used to have a very bad reaction, traumatic, so now I never leave the dog alone during firework holidays. Well, that's smart. And you know, firework holidays are fucking dangerous, so you're probably safer staying in. People go like nuts on the beer, and then they get drunk and blow things up, and that's just kind of ridiculous. It's like the worst way to blow things up. Like, if you're gonna blow things up, be cool about it. Actually, my dad's wife used to be a pyrotechnic, believe it or not. She used to work for like fancy paid for firework displays. She was one of those people that would like make sure it was done all safely and stuff, and I guess she was pretty good at it. That was before I met her though. Uh-oh, did I screw things up? These are at 17. These need to be at bottom. I started screwing things up. But yeah, my dad, on the other hand, he used to do these really fancy illegal firework displays. He was one of those people that would go across the state lines to go purchase a whole bunch of really expensive mortars. And we would dig a fucking 2.5-foot hole in the fucking yard to put the mortar in the ground, right? And then these things had like 3-foot wicks, right? So you'd light the wick and fucking run away. And then you'd watch this and fucking the neighbors would have fights over like who had the most expensive fireworks displays. Because the neighbors were like really rich and my dad was just really into it. So y'all fishing tomorrow? Yeah, we're going fishing for demon fish. Well, not technically, but pretty much. And the game is cool. I tested it a little bit. I don't know if you tested it at all, Kixie, but I tested it and I had fun. I had fun just playing by myself. So I think we're in for a good time. I know that some of the reviews were kind of scathing reviews, but it seemed like they fixed a lot of the issues that people were complaining about. So that's kind of how reviews work, right? But yeah, I'm excited for it. I think it'll be fun. Back to mowing the lawn here. And it's green too, look. We got green events for tedious lawn mowing likeness. But we're almost a third of the way through. Or no, about a third of the way through. We spent 2.5 hours on a bug today and figured it out. And it sucks because it's a bug that I had figured out like 6 months ago or so, and I forgot what it was until like I figured it out again. And then it all came back to me. I was like, oh yeah, I remember now. But it took 2.5 hours or so of struggling and just like pulling my hair out and like looking up the same tutorials that I looked up when I did it. And it was all something stupid. It was just a little stupid thing, and I had to backtrack. I had to like pretend like it was the very first time I'd ever done something, and dig away at things that I had already done, and turn things off and test it, and turn things back on and test it. And then finally I was like, oh shit, the dialogues are screwing up the heads up display. Duh. So I just had to make sure that we put the heads up display back on. I'll be probably lurking during the stream. I'll be doing game dev. Oh, cool. Game dev Saturday. Are you gonna be streaming it, Cryptic? Because if you are, I'll have to throw you on a monitor so I can watch. One time I was out on, because I used to live on a lake, right? Story time. One time I was out on a boat on 4th of July, right? And you know, that's the best place, right? You know, go on a boat. We were like, I think we were old enough to drink, or maybe we weren't. Maybe we were close to being old enough to drink. I don't know. But we had a bunch of beers with us, right? And we're out on the boat, just putzing along. This is like a trolling motor on this pontoon boat, so it could like literally only go like fucking 5 miles an hour. So we were just like going the slowest speed, you know, using the least gas possible, and just like going for as long as we could. And we got to this clearing. Cryptic says, I have to redo the walls and textures. Slides done. Oh yeah, so you're baking and re-importing it and creating materials in Unreal. That's cool though. I mean, that's like that's game dev. That's you're doing it. So yeah, we're out on the lake, right? And we're in this clearing where there's like a three-way, because this lake is like a bunch. It's a series of channels, like man-made channels, because it was a strip mine. It was a coal mine. They dug these channels that were super deep, like 100 feet deep or something like that. And yeah, I think the deepest part of the lake was around 100 feet or something like that. But yeah, most of it's probably only like 30 to 50 feet, I think. And so like the place in front of us was only like 35, 40 feet, I think. And then it's like just a bunch of arms, right? So you can literally like go around the coast and it's like 11 miles, but it doesn't feel like that when you're in the boat just like making your way through. And it's kind of narrow, but like not too narrow, you know. Anyways, we were at this part where three arms connect, right, like a fork, and but it's more like a T. It's like a T, and so we're going down one way, and then we turn to go down the other way of the T, you know, like right angle turn. And this house that was at the very like middle of the T, right? They were you know, drinking. They were having a party. They had people over, right? Which was pretty common on a lake. Everyone's pretty much having a party with people over. That's what we were doing before we got on the boat, you know. And anyway, so we're going down, and then we hear boom, this person has a fucking 12 gauge shotgun, and they're shooting it into the lake, like in our direction. And this guy runs out. We hear him again. Boom! He shoots it a second time. We're like, what the fuck? At this point, everyone on the boat is ducking for cover, right? Because we can even see what's going on, right? Because it's like, it's dark out, but they have a lit area in front of their house, and we could tell where the gunfire was coming from. It was, you know, we were that close to it, and but far enough away where this drunk person shooting the gun couldn't fucking see us. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been shooting the gun in our direction, right? And we had a light on the boat, but they probably just thought it was someone's dock or something like that, right? Anyways, this guy comes out and starts yelling at him, "What the fuck are you doing? There's a fucking baby sleeping inside." And takes the gun away from the guy. Dude, that was so scary though. I was fucking livid. I was like, holy shit, we almost just died because of some drunk asshole shooting a gun on 4th of July. That shit happens though. I've heard stories, and I don't know how accurate these are, but I've heard stories, so it must be true, right? That sometimes people who shoot guns up into the air on 4th of July, the bullets come down on people, right? Because they have to come down, right? You shoot it straight up, it comes somewhat straight down, but you know, there's like wind that takes it, right? And it could land in a nearby neighborhood, right? And someone might just happen to be walking by and get fucking shot, right? And it's still got enough force to like either kill you or like hurt you or like go through your foot or whatever, you know, like depends on where it hits you. Baby saved you. Yeah, dude, it was crazy. It was crazy. Like, the guy wasn't even mad that he was shooting the gun. He was mad that he woke up the baby. Don't shoot the gun. There's a baby inside sleeping. What are you doing? You woke up the baby. But don't worry about those people on the boat that you're shooting at. They'll be fine. Dude, it was scary. People were nuts out there. One of our neighbors had a fucking, like, assault rifle. And they at least set up mounds to shoot at, but they literally had a fucking assault rifle, and you would hear it, you know, like fucking rifle, and it was crazy. Taco Crepe, welcome in. That does happen in the Philippines. It used to be very normal for folks to shoot guns up in the air for New Year's. Many cases of people catching strays afterwards. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That shit happens. Welcome in, Taco Crepe. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're experiencing 4th of July here. It's winding down, thankfully. But there was a lot of explosions earlier. Actually, I just heard one about 5 minutes ago. But it was distant. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. Everyone should check out Taco Crepe if they haven't yet. They have an awesome stream. They do pixel art. And yeah, Taco Crepe, we're doing a celebration next week for my birthday. And you're welcome to join us. Gonna try to hopefully have as many people as possible. And we are super illegal to shoot in the air in populated areas. Honestly, it should be super illegal to shoot in the air anywhere, you know? Because, like, Fuck, man. You don't know where that shit's gonna come down. It's not gonna come down in your property, you know? Ooh, that sounds fun. Yeah. So, probably do like all day. So I'll probably go late into the night also. But yeah, I'll be turning 40 on Wednesday, the 9th. So yeah, I'm going to be giving away art for subs. Well, I guess it'd be more like a trade, right? So if you wanted a pixel art, I know you're a pixel artist, so obviously if you don't want it, that's totally cool. I'm not going to take offense. But I'm going to be doing profile pictures and pixel tubers and stream avatar characters for subs. So just a heads up. Crimino Loden, ooh, team 1985. I'm turning 40 in October. Yeah, team 85. Welcome in, Crimino. Yeah. I'm not really looking forward to it, but you know, I keep saying this. 40 is the new 30, right? And 30 is the new 20, and 20 is like 10-year-olds, right? It's because all these 20-year-olds are acting like 10-year-olds these days. That sounds fun. Count me in, though. I might join late since I wake up late. Yeah, no worries. Come in whenever. But yeah, I'm excited for it. I mean, what better way to spend 40 than with a bunch of internet buddies, right? And honestly, I don't live near my family anymore, so like, and I don't have a whole lot of family left that I'm close with. So I'm pretty happy with my internet friends. They're like family, you know, in a way. We're all pretty close. So I think it would be fun to share turning 40 with some people that I chat with, at least, you know, rather than sitting alone, you know, playing video games, doing nothing, you know, whatever. But yeah, I'm excited. Should be a good time. Also, welcome in, Crimino. Hope you're doing well. And are you an artist or a game dev or anything like that? I tend to ask that of anyone who comes in here, because we get a lot of artists and game dev types. And we may try to convert you if you're not. That happens too. I was trying to convert the Indie Maniac earlier. I was showing him Twine. I don't know if anyone's familiar with Twine, but it's actually really cool if you're into like narrative stuff. It's a good way to write branching narratives. I know there's kind of an influx of people trying to do narrative design for games, and I think Twine is a great starting point. I'm trying to get into the mindset of programming, so right now I'm dabbling in Godot, C# to grasp how it all comes together while getting visual confirmation when it works. Nice. Ultimately, I want to make a game in the style of old 90s XCOM games, but that's far down the line. Cool. Well, glad to hear it. I wish you a whole bunch of luck in that. Personally, I don't know a whole lot of Godot, unfortunately. I'm getting deeper into it the more I go, but I'm more of a Unity and GB Studio dev these days. I've done a little bit of Unreal, and I've played with Godot, but I haven't really made anything with it yet. But everyone's welcome here. I'm engine agnostic for sure. I just happen to be quickest with Unity, and now GB Studio I'm pretty proficient with also. But yeah, this is actually my first GB Studio project, so everything is kind of shitty because I made it a while ago, and like I've learned so much since then, and now I'm fixing up things that are not done very well. So yeah. What language are you programming in when you make Game Boy games? So this actually doesn't require a programming language, but you can use what's called VG or GBVM, I think is what it's called. GBVM. But yeah, I don't actually use it a whole lot in this game because this was my first game. Although I do use it for some things. Like if we go to one of the first levels here, I use it to swap the background tiles. So it looks like this, and I can make it bigger. Here, there's some earlier. But yeah, it looks like this. So it's a very strange syntax, and it's kind of hard to wrap your head around. But basically we're using this replace tile function. It's like a built-in function, and this is your x coordinate and this is your y coordinate. This is the name that's provided when you add a tile set, and this is the bank for it, and then this is the actual image, and then this is a variable that I made that I've also set up to loop using events, so it actually increments each frame, and then it does this each frame and replaces this tile with this tile set from this image using that index as a as the index for the tile. It's a little confusing. Any syntax is strange for as of yet, but it's all part of the process. Right on, yeah. It took me a while to wrap my head around this syntax for sure. It helps that a lot of the snippets that I find are commented. But yeah, I use C# in Unity. But yeah, when I first tried to use Godot, they were like, "Oh, there's C# in Godot now," and I was like, "Really? I better check this out." And then I tried to use it. I was like, "Well, that's not quite fully there yet," because this was like six years ago when it first started. And it wasn't quite there yet, but I've heard it's better for C# now. But honestly, all the tutorials that I'm finding are all GD scripts, so it's been hard for me to try to learn how to use C# in Godot, because even though I know C#, there's still like a little bit of a learning curve to get it to work in Godot, right? But yeah. But I really like GB Studio. It doesn't require any language. In fact, even this, they've updated the engine since I started this game, and you don't even need to use this code. You can use a built-in event to do exactly what I was doing here, which is pretty nice. Yeah, there's not many toots for C#. The documentation is really nice with the examples for both GD script and C# most of the time. I haven't even looked at the documentation yet. I've been slacking. The only real thing that I've gotten it to work for is to actually make GB Studio games work as an executable, and that's the only thing I've used Godot for, and like had a good time with it, because it was really easy to do. I followed a tutorial. You just dragged your ROM into the folder that was already made in the project, and I'm basically just using someone else's project, dropping my data in there, and it's wrapping it for me, and I have no idea how to edit it. I would love to learn. I've seen some really cool shit that people are doing with that, where they're like putting the game in like a 3D world, and then the emulator is like an arcade that you like walk up to, and the camera like zooms into it, and then you're like playing the Game Boy emulator. I would love to learn how to do that stuff, but I have no idea. I don't even know how to like do like button presses in Godot yet. Like I am like very noob at Godot, which makes it hard to switch when you know an engine. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna say I know Unity inside and out, but I've been using it since 2013, so I know it pretty well at this point. Over 10 years, you know, and I've kind of seen it go through a lot of changes, and I've been following the different patterns for a long time, and you know, I picked up a whole lot of different cool little tricks for Unity that I have no idea how you would implement them in Godot. And then there's just so many differences, like the whole node thing. Like, I don't fully understand it. I'll get there eventually. Yeah. But right now I really love working with GB Studio. It's a lot of fun. Do you really need to learn a new engine if Unity works well for you? Unless it's just for the fun of learning, of course. Well, honestly, there are reasons, right? I mean, first of all, I don't know how to put a Game Boy ROM into an executable using Unity. I don't know how to do that, and if someone else knows how to do that, they haven't made it easily available to do. If there is a way to do that, there's no tutorials that I found for it, but it is easy to do with Godot, and someone made it like super easy, and there's tutorials, and so like that's reason enough for me. But honestly, I've been watching Godot from the sidelines since it began. Back when I first heard about it, probably in 2014 or 2015, when I had just picked up Unity, and I was like, oh shit, there's an open source version of Unity. And then the more I looked into it, I was like, oh well, that has a long ways to go. And then it had a long ways to go, and then eventually I was like, oh, C#, and I picked it up then. And still I was like, oh man, I am not fast at this. This is very different. I have no idea what I was doing. I was trying to tear apart the sample project that it came with. And maybe I should have started with 2D, because I was like, oh, I'll jump into the 3D stuff. And it was like, oh man, there's a lot going on here. But for me, like when I first picked up Unity, I jumped in and was able to do 3D stuff right away. You know, it came very quickly for me. But I had already had a background in XNA and Game Maker and RPG Maker and like all these other engines that I had dabbled in. I hadn't really made anything in them yet, but I had dabbled. So like, and also I'm a 3D major, right? I went to art school and got a degree in 3D modeling and animation. So I definitely had like an understanding of how 3D and game art works. But yeah, the coding and stuff, it took me a while, but I had learned how to make basic projects with C#, which is basically like make your own engine, or XNA, which is basically make your own engine using C# and some built-in functions. But eventually XNA got deprecated and became the basis for monodevelop, right? Which is the basis for Unity, right? So like it all kind of ended up going the same road, but yeah, minor changes in the different built-in functions and stuff like that. But yeah. But yeah, I've been spending so much time in GB Studio the last few years that like honestly, like I've been spending less time in Unity. Last year I was working on a project with a team in Unity, so I was kind of doing a lot for work in Unity, and then I just kind of never really went back to it after that team disbanded. And I've just been spending all of my time in GB Studio. I don't know if it's because I like it so much or like I'm just really highly motivated. I really want to make more Game Boy games, and now that I can put them on Steam using Godot, like I'm highly motivated. Like it would be cool to do all the extra functionality stuff, but we'll get there when we get there. So I think I got this one done. Yep, and I was on this one. I got this one done too, huh? Yeah, so I'm doing a really tedious task of changing scripts that I made like last year, so that way they're more versatile. So I want 11 and 12. Yep. So basically, I'm using this coordinate because on scenes that are shaped this way, this is 16 for the Y coordinate and this is 17 for the Y coordinate, and these get replaced as hearts. This is like a Zelda like part of the level. So this is like a gem, these are how much money you have, and these are all going to be hearts. And then I made this level, which is much taller, and I wanted to try different shaped dungeons, and none of these variables are the same anymore. So now, or none of these coordinates are the same anymore. So now I'm turning them into variables, so that way I can just assign the variable to the correct coordinate per room, so I can use the same script. But But yeah, we do have an ad break coming up, so I will take a short break here, and we'll be back in about 2 minutes after the ad starts. And yeah, I appreciate everyone hanging out, and it won't be too long. But we're gonna take that break. All right, we're back from the ad break. You lost me when they tried changing the price structure. Yeah, that's a good point, honestly. I started to see the downfall as soon as they went IPO. And then you saw the military use, right? They were being contracted by the military, right? That's fucked up. I don't want to support like warfare, you know what I mean? In a way, I guess it's better that it's for the US than other countries, but only because it's my country, not because I want people to go to war. Because I just don't want people to go to war. I think that's bullshit. I mean, I guess there's a need for defense, but shit, you know, does it have to come from, you know, like anything that why should I have anything to do with it? I'm just a fucking game dev, you know. Yeah, just poor decision making all across the board. As soon as they became publicly traded, it was like, what the fuck, you know? But I do think that there is some good still left in it, even though it's controlled by corporate greed, essentially. there is still some good because they want to keep their user base. And if their user base is unhappy, they already proved that they will leave. They will just turn around and leave. Because, let's face it, a whole fuckload of people did. There are still quite a few people like me that were already so embedded into the Unity scene and the, you know, learning and all that stuff that it's hard to switch. But everyone's thinking about it. Everyone's thinking about it, you know. Good engine, bad company. You could say the same thing about pretty much any company, though. Any publicly traded company. It's the what do they call that? It's kind of like a hive mind, but they call it the mastermind, right? And that's when no one person's thinking anymore. It's all thoughts of, it's like the corporation's thinking for itself, right? Which means that even if someone who's very high up making a lot of the decisions about how the company functions, even if like one of the most skilled people is having issues and say the company is killing that person's family on an extreme case, right? Let's say that the company is literally poisoning that person's family. I'm not saying this about Unity, I'm saying this about any general corporation, right? Let's say Monsanto or something like that. The company is poisoning the people who work there, but the people who work there can't do anything about it except quit. And no matter what they do to try to say like, oh no, this is not the direction we should take the company says, no, we're looking at what's the most profitable for the company, not what's best for the people. And that's the way companies work. That's the way publicly traded companies work. That's the way conglomerates work. That's the way it is when it's ran by a board of greedy people, right? So like, obviously not every corporation's like that. I have a corporation. I don't think that way. You know, people who are in business for themselves, or even when they have just, you know, a few employees or whatever, even if they have hundreds of employees, if they don't take that step to be publicly traded, there's a better chance that they're not greedy, right? They still might be. They still could be. I'm not saying that it makes you not greedy, but when you are publicly traded, that means that like it's not even an option to not be greedy anymore. If that makes sense, right? The whole purpose of doing that is to all of a sudden provide the best growth for that company, and to just focus on that entirely, right? So that means fuck the environment. That means fuck the people who live in the environment. Fuck the people who even work for the company. Fuck anyone you can to make that company grow. That's what that means when you're publicly traded. So sometimes that's okay for the people because the people are part of the company. In the case of Unity, a lot of its users are important to the company. So they don't want to fuck over their users. Because if they fuck over their users, they won't have a company, right? So it's kind of safeguard in some areas. You know, as soon as they try to implement a change that doesn't work well with the user says, hey, fuck that. I don't want anything to do with that. And then they roll back on the changes and say, well, we don't want to lose our whole user base because of some stupid change. Because they were just trying different things. I'm not trying to defend Unity here, but they were just trying something to try to fix a problem that they had. Their problem was that they weren't making enough money, and they said we need to make more money, and we need to figure out a way to make more money. So they said, well, we need to charge the users somehow. How will we charge the users? Well, let's try something different. What if we do install fees? And then everyone was like, well, fuck that, I'm out. And they're like, whoa, we were just saying we might try it. We're not saying we're doing it. And then they rolled back on it and did something else. When the reality is that these install fees probably weren't even going to affect you or me or any real like small time indie devs. It was for people who made it, for people who were AAA, for people who were fucking rolling in the dough, making millions of dollars, and even they would only have to pay a small percentage of what they were actually making. So they wouldn't even have felt it. Right? but it just was really bad wording, and it showed that they changed their terms of service, which isn't something that's new. If you've been using Unity for a long time, they've always been changing their terms of service. They've always been trying to implement these changes because they've always needed more money. It's always been this way. I'm not, like I said, I'm not defending them. I'm just saying simply how it is with Unity. And I'm pretty sure install fees was the dumbest idea. It wasn't smart. It wasn't smart. Like, yeah, install fees, like, come on, because every time you, like, on Steam Deck, you only have so much memory. So I delete games all the fucking time, and then anytime I play a game, I install a game. So yeah, that's fucking not gonna work, right? You're not gonna just arbitrarily say like, well, this is what costs money. No, that's stupid. What costs money is, you know, how many people purchase your game, and that's how you should base the charging of it. If you have 1 million sales, then maybe they should take a percentage. You know what I mean? Because the Unity needs to make money too. Otherwise, you don't have an engine, right? I'm not for trying to screw over Unity, but at the same time, Godot is free and doesn't charge install fees or any other types of fees. So like, maybe they should, like, you know, figure something out to be more like Godot. You know, maybe they should decide to I don't know, become something else and let Godot take over. Fuck it, you know, who knows? Good engine, bad company. Yeah, I guess a little bit, you know, but they're not even that great of an engine. It's just like a solution, one of many solutions, right? So I don't know. Where were we here? We were at like 5, I think. No, we got 5. 5 is done. We were at 6. I don't think I'm gonna finish this tonight. By the way, there's still explosions outside. I honestly don't know if fireworks are even legal here. But considering the state was just on fire not that long ago, they shouldn't be. But we did just get a bunch of rain, so we're probably okay on the fire front. But yeah, I want to see more games on GZ Doom. Talk about cool engines. I am so psyched for Doom Infinite. Because the beta is fucking fantastic. And it sounds like they're like going balls deep into this shit. They're like really fucking doing it. They're like, oh yeah, you like that? Just wait, see what we're doing now, kind of thing. Because I mean, I know that they can't charge for it, but fuck, I'd pay money for that shit. I don't know if I would just like donate and not have anything to play, but I would pay money to play it. but you can donate. I don't have a whole lot to donate right at this moment. I'm just not making enough is the problem. A game company that's passionate about their game makes an amazing game. Which company in general are you speaking? Or I mean, you're probably talking about in general, but what company in particular do you see this with? Maybe Hello Games, I think, is a good example. But you know, they're a big old fucking company. Expedition 33 dev company. Right on. Yeah, I've only seen footage and heard of people playing that game, but it looks really well done. I was actually watching Zawesome play it earlier. Alright, so this one is the one we haven't done yet. Yeah. Palworld was also a good company. Yeah, again, I haven't played that one at all. The thing about Palworld to me was that it just didn't seem like a very original idea. And not all games need to be original. But it seemed to me like they were just trying to make some money. And maybe they weren't. Maybe they were like legitimately like interested in doing Pokemon with guns, but it seemed to me like it was like, hey, let's take something that's good with something else that's good and make lots of money. But I haven't played it, so you know, don't get upset at me for what I'm saying, because honestly I'm just going by what my gut said when I first saw it, and I haven't played it and haven't jumped onto it. Haven't even really watched people play it either. I've seen some footage, but that's about it. A lot of the characters didn't seem really like well thought out. They were just there kind of thing. And they looked a lot like Pokemon. Like, not that there's a problem with that, it's just like, I don't know, just didn't seem very creative. They had an opportunity to do something completely different, and they were like, well, let's do something we know will sell. The people who made the modern Doom games, id Software. Honestly, I didn't like Doom Eternal, and that's nothing against the developers. I just felt like they made a whole lot of bad design choices. I feel like they've strayed away from the source material too much in that situation. It's definitely more than Pokemon with guns. It's exploration survival. Right on. I mean, Pokemon was an exploration game, and I mean, it didn't really have survival elements. I won't go as far to say that, but definitely had exploration. But yeah, I've only played the first generation of Pokemon games, so I don't even know. But on a basic level, the characters seemed like borderline plagiarized, right? Like, I remember when I was in art school, and I had a project where, because I was a character modeler, that was like my my major, and one of the characters I did was this mouth man, and I could draw it real quick. It was really simple, but I thought it was unique. The teacher did not. Teacher said it was unoriginal. But I was like, what do you mean? I came up with this idea on my own. So it was like this, and then this, and there was like lips. But actually its mouth was open now that I think about it. So it was like, and then it had like these really big feet. And then it was like that. And I did this like 3D model of it. And I was like, oh yeah, you know, like my own character. And the teacher was like, that's unoriginal. And I was like, how is that unoriginal? You know, but like nowadays you can make Pokemon that look like just like Pokemon that aren't Pokemon, and that's okay. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Art school definitely instilled some things in me that aren't like accurate with society. Like, for example, the idea of like fan art. Fan art was considered plagiarism at my school, and plagiarism, they would like seriously kick you out of the school for it. So if you were to make fan art and claim it as your own at my school, they would kick you out for it. But nowadays, you get people getting jobs based off of fan art. You have people selling fan art. You have people creating their original characters, which are just fan art. So things have definitely gone in a different direction than what my school was teaching. But yeah, I still don't think it was that original, or that unoriginal. But that's just one example of how society and people are, and different things. In a way, I guess it kind of pushed my standards in ways that maybe aren't fair to society, or aren't aligned with society, perhaps. But I feel like in a way, those high standards like cause me to be more creative, because I think to myself, is this original enough? I think that a lot. And if it's not original enough, I come up with ways to make it more original, you know? And I think that does help in a lot of ways. But yeah, not everything needs to be 100% original. And I've been trying to come to terms with that in my own art, without, you know, aping anyone's style too much, or blatantly stealing. But it's like Picasso said, right? What did he say? Good artist copy, great artist steal, or something like that. I don't even know. I forget. I should know this. I'm trying to quote something and it's not coming. I'm gonna look it up. Good artist copy, great artist steal. Oh, I did have it right, yeah. Well, I finished half of it. I don't know if I want to do the other half tonight. It's already like bedtime here. There's a difference between making fan art and claiming it's your own original design. There is, but at the same time the line's kind of blurred, right? And I could show you examples of that, but I can't remember the artist's name. Let's see. You'll probably find it with some keywords. Here's an example. Alessandro Conti, Disney Inhuman Anatomy. So this is clearly a Disney character, but it's made original by just giving it anatomy, right? And I'm sure there's more. I don't know why it's not showing me more. Oh. You can look at his works at his website. So SpongeBob, right? The anatomy of SpongeBob. It's clearly someone else's work, but they're claiming it as their own. And in a way, you could call this fan art, but you could also call it an original work. Here's another one. Adventure Time. I mean, BMO, he's not even being creative on BMO. That's canon. That BMO looks like that on the inside. You know what I mean? That would fall under parody. In a way, it would fall under parody for sure. I mean, there's no doubt that it's legal. I'm just saying that it skirts the line between fan art and like original art, right? Because it's definitely original art, but it's also fan art, right? I mean, you're taking two different IPs and mashing them together and calling it yours, right? Legal, it's totally legal, but if we were to do this in art school, we would have gotten expelled. So, I mean, you know. But not all art schools are like that either. But there's a bunch of examples. That wasn't even the artist that I was looking for, to be honest. I don't think I'm gonna find the artist that I'm looking for, because the idea of doing that kind of blew up, and I think there's a lot of artists doing that now. But yeah, I think we should save this for another time. Probably tomorrow. So let's get out the old source hack notes. I haven't pulled these up in a while. Level 12 exit over door. I don't even know what that means. Can't reach the computer from here. What is level 12? I think this is level 12? Oh no. Level 12 is the network. And then here we'll say to do calculate heart scripts to use variables instead of y equals 16 comma y equals 17. Then assign variable values. Oh wow. Values in levels or in Zelda like rooms. Right on. So let's see who is streaming today. We've got quite a few friends. Let's see if we have anyone we don't know. Well, it looks like there's not too many pixel artists online that we don't know. Should we do a poll of which friend? I don't know how to do polls. Isn't there a thing for that? Manage a poll. There we go. Manage a poll. New poll. Okay, we'll do a 2-minute poll. And we have one more option. Alright, we'll do a 3-minute poll. Because there's a lot of options here. Alright, so we've got a poll for where should we raid to? So, option 1 is Infinite Metal. Now we did raid I mean, the Indie Maniac. We did raid the Indie Maniac recently. Like yesterday recently. So there is that. Alright, then there's the Indie Maniac. I'm sorry, Infinite Metal. God, those are so confusing for me. Infinite Metal, who's playing Earth Defense Force. Earth Defense Force 4, sorry. Which looks fun. And then we have Peanut. And she's doing art, per the usual. And we've got Sarzak. And Sarzak is playing some type of RPG game. Chrono Cross. So those are your options. You've got a couple minutes left. Infinite Metal, Pukes. Oh, and Puke 7. We didn't say Puke 7. Puke 7 is doing commercials. Do I have him open? Puke 7 is doing Friday night commercials. Retro commercials for Puke 7 stream. Peanut has art. Be right back, putting kids to bed. Yep, take your time. Sarzak is playing Chrono Cross. Peanut's doing art. Infinite Metal's playing Earth Defense Force. Who are we rating? You decide. You decide. Who will be the winner? Only one can win. Who shall it be? Who shall it be? You're running out of time if you want to raid somebody. We are going to raid somebody. Anyone? Anyone? Anyone have a vote? We're going to raid somebody. Somebody's gonna get raided. Somebody is gonna get raided. One of these folks is gonna get 6 shiny new viewers if everyone wants to join the raid. But yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. I appreciate it. All the support and all the coolness. The new follows. Very much appreciate that. Looks like Infinite Metal won with 2 votes. So we will be rating Infinite Metal. Thank you for voting. I appreciate it. Thank you Diode Music for the sub and the follow. Gaming with Dan, thank you for the follow. Aaron TV, thank you for the follow. Kemi, thanks for the raid. I very much appreciate that. And yeah, everyone have a fantastic evening. Let's get the raid message going. Thank you for the stream. Thank you, Kixie, for hanging out. I appreciate that. Oh, and you got the raid message. Thank you for that as well. You beat me to it. So everyone copy your raid message. Top for subs, bottom for non-subs. Oh, Kixie, we have a new emote. Did you see this one? Yay. Yay. So yeah, we're gonna raid Infinite Metal. Thanks again, everyone. Very cool. Glad you like it. Alright. Yeah, everyone hop on and say hi to Infinite Metal. Infinite Metal is super cool. We're going to be streaming with them tomorrow, and with Kixie, and with the Indie Maniac. And they're a good friend. They've got Skelly. I can see Skelly right now. We're gonna meet Skelly. And feel free to feed Skelly some jerky, because Skelly deserves it. The game Infinite's playing is really cool. It's a third-person shooter against giant bugs. You're defending the Earth from giant bugs. It's almost like something from one of those black and white movies with the giant ants, which was a good movie, by the way. I kind of want to find that and rewatch it, because I loved that when I was a kid, even if it gave me nightmares. But yeah, thanks everyone again. Make sure you've got your raid message. I've got mine. And we're going to hit the button here. So thank you again and see you there. Take care. See you tomorrow. Yeah, streaming tomorrow, probably earlier than usual because we'll be doing a group stream. So yeah, see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
How'd that work out for you? Lower the particulars. Work out fine on this side. Oil the oil. Hey, Rick! Rick coming on in.